I forgot that I changed my dystopia so it doesn't get all quiet when I switch out of it, but that means that I don't actually know how to make the music stop. Anyway, it's good to see you, Inner Tubes, Kin, Tasty, John, Van Helsing. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm the Chris who plays games, playing retro games every Monday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and whatever the fuck I feel like every Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Tonight we got a big night ahead of us. We're going to finish off Kid Icarus, we're going to finish off Super Meat Boy, and then we're going to go right into some Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus. So, thank you all for being here tonight. We're also got plenty of cool things we're going to talk about tonight. I have a list of non-human electoral candidates in front of me, a list of animals who've been given diplomas. It's going to be a wild night here. I just got to say, right up front, it's going to be a wild night. We'll also be talking about this week's news, from the Congress passing new rules to all of the crazy people who are doing crazy things. Welcome, welcome. Happy to see you all here. And yeah, now it's time to play some games. So we're going to back out to the Kid Icarus save state that I last used on Monday. So we will get back to the game. Hello, Brad Pritchard, Jose Angel Matus, and everybody else. Welcome to the stream. Let the party get started. So yeah, we're going to play some Kid Icarus here and see if we can knock out some guys throwing eggplants, because eggplants are bad, and just go straight from there. So... oh god, that was bad. Don't get hit by things. I don't know why they're hitting me. Please leave me alone. Alright, screw it. I'm out of here. Yes, one of the things that happened earlier today was that we got the Google Homes talking to each other. So someone set up some kind of conversational AI bot and set up 2 Google Homes and talked to each other. So there were 25,000 people watching that for a huge chunk of the day. So that's good, I guess. Anyway, hello, Jess. Google Home is just like Alexa. It's Google's version of like in-home voice assistant thing. So. Really, mostly as far as I'm concerned, what Google Home is a way to like ask your phone questions without having to have a phone handy. So if you're the kind of person who uses Google Now, and there's like, okay Google, tell me the population of Sweden in 1946, then Google Home might be the tool for you to replace it with in your home. But yeah, so Google Home is an alternative to Alexa. Google Home has the property that it actually can act as like a first, it has a really decent third-party API and application support stuff. So, Brandon, I didn't have any particular problems with the fugitives. I guess some people had trouble getting into the office because, okay. But yeah, so although like I had a couple of coworkers who were like on one of the trains that they stopped to look for the guy. So in Cambridge the other day we had a bank robbery, and they were afraid that the bank robber had escaped via our local public transit, the Red Line. That was not what I meant to do. What the hell? Go up! Damn it. And so they stopped a couple of trains to look and see if they could find him. It did not go well, as you might expect. I missed an arrow upgrade. Oh no! Oh well. I'll survive. Oh, I don't get to keep the, like, hearts I do? That sucks. Just to be clear, Jess, just because you go to never mind. I already had this argument, like, a bunch of times, and I'm not gonna win it, so that's fine. Anyway, but yes, this year I am planning on going to VidCon. If you are planning on going to VidCon and you have not filled out a form that tells me that you might want to share housing with people, then you are a fool. A fool, I say. If, of course, you're not going to VidCon, then there's absolutely no reason to do that. But I am attempting at the moment to try and act as a collaborator and connect up a bunch of different people who might want to do some shared housing Airbnb style. And so I'm keeping a tally of names. You can check out the pinned tweet on my Twitter profile for more details if this is your thing. And let me know that you are potentially considering going to VidCon. Last year, I think that we had a lot of fun in the housing that we were in, so... I am happy that my thermostat is not compatible with some kind of piece of software. That seems like a terrible idea. I can turn off my lights and that's about it. God damn it. Yeah, so Brandon, what you actually want to do is you want to go and, if you go into youtube.com/settings, then you can create a new channel. So I think if you go to the bottom of the page, there's like create a new channel. You'll want to create a new channel, which is a brand page, and the brand page can have any kind of name you want and doesn't have any kind of silly real name bullshit attached to it. So that would basically, it acts as a separate account that you only use for YouTube and potentially Google+. And you obviously don't need to use Google+ because you're not a Google employee. And that's where yeah, so that's what you'd have to do. Of course, you could also just not. But that's what you would need to do if you wanted to do something. VidCon's in Anaheim every year. This year they're actually also doing one in Amsterdam and one in Melbourne. Melbourne. I think that's how I'm supposed to say that. I talk to Australians enough that I know that there's a right way and a wrong way, and it doesn't really matter what I do, it's going to be the wrong way. But yeah, so they're doing one in Australia and one in Amsterdam/Europe this year to kind of spread it out. But the one that I'm talking about is the US one. Hello, Hoops Gaming! So yeah, like now is actually a decent time to like figure plans out if you are interested in going, because you can get flights that are relatively cheap, the tickets are still relatively cheap, and you can find Airbnbs where you'll end up paying maybe $50 a night per person, as opposed to, you know, $150 a night per person later. Sydney. I don't think that's right. There you go! Hooray! My description was not terrible! And Google didn't actually make anything terrible and broken. One of the character designs has tits. Oh my. Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my. Stone Raven, good to see you. Wow, I'm gonna die. I don't know how to, I need to like have more power to kill these things. My strength is only 2. I need a strength of 3 or 5 or something. I think the problem is that I did something stupid, but yeah, it's alright. Alright, let's see the door on the left, okay. Watch out, eggplants, I don't want to get hit by you. So in this game, getting caught by an eggplant is really much more problematical than you might otherwise think it would be, so, yeah. Alright, so now that I have died, we will start with our first animal with a fraudulent diploma. So Colby Nolan is a house cat who was awarded an MBA in 2004 by Trinity Southern University, a Dallas-based diploma mill, sparking a fraud lawsuit by the Pennsylvania Attorney's Office. Apparently, this is someone who was intentionally looking to expose Trinity Southern University for fraud, and so Colby Nolan obtained a bachelor's degree in business administration for $300. He claimed that he had previously taken courses at a community college, worked at a fast food restaurant, and maintained a paper route. And due to the job experience, he was eligible for an executive MBA for $100 more. Yeah, turns out that that's not so good. So the people who ran the university were assessed penalties of over $100,000 by the court and were ordered not to market or promote fraudulent substandard degree programs or to represent their university as being accredited or affiliated with legitimate universities. So now the more you know. You can use your cat in order to expose fraudulent Texas universities. Oh no, I'm a eggplant. I'm not gonna be an eggplant. That's not gonna happen. You've got to be kidding me. I know. Oh my god, why? This is not fair. I'm finished equals you died. Yes. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh god, don't get hit. Yes! Escaped. Oh, we killed a unicorn! I love killing unicorns. Thank you all for helping kill the unicorn. So for those of you who haven't been around for the past few weeks or might not know, above my head at the top of the chat, there's this cool little, like, unicorn, or in this case, kobold thing that we're attacking. The way that we attack this kobold thing is that we speak in chat. So every time people speak, it does a little bit more damage to whatever we're attacking at the moment, and in that way we can move forward with our important goal of destroying the creatures of the underworld that we inhabit. It's just a fun game. You don't have to do anything special. Spamming won't help you or anything else like that. But it's a cool little thing. It's a distraction for those of you who are sitting here bored and going, wow, I really wish that I had something to do other than listen to this CPG guy talk and fail at Kid Icarus over and over again. Now you do. Uh-oh, you're just gonna be lagging out constantly. I'm sorry, Brad. Maybe you should watch somebody better. Maybe it's my terrible thing. God damn it. Just type once in a while. Hello, Pranks for All. Welcome to the stream. We're playing some Kid Icarus. You only want to see the CPG guy fail at Kid Icarus. Well, in that sense, you are unlike everyone who has ever come to the stream before, most of whom I think could not give two shits if I played the game or not, so... Alright, so first of all, what I want to do here is not die. There we go. Second of all, I'm going to smash this, because I'm going to need those later. I've only got a couple of mallets, so it's not like it's going to make a whole lot of difference to me later on, but it's enough that I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, I went the wrong place. Game reviewer. Bitch, fuck you. Yeah, you're gone. I love the number of people who are just like, what the fuck? You're gone. Gone. Just gone. Oh god. Okay, did I go not far enough? Hello, DMX! I have no knowledge of Hello Neighbor. That's a modern survival horror-ish game, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, so I need to find a way to kill Trows that isn't, like, space smash them. Blame Matus, but Matus did everything wrong, as usual. Of course we will blame Matus. That's a good plan. Did I say? I said horror, survival horror game. Horror-ish game. I didn't say horror-ish game. Top of the screen. Top of the screen. Two more up. No, go up, not down. Up. I've never heard of rear windows, so that's not helpful to me. Ow! Don't run into me. Just, like, go fly someplace else. I mean, puppies die, they get old. My wife's ex-husband had to put down a dog today, and so Mrs. CPG is feeling a little bit sad about it, I believe. Survival horror game. Not horror game. I mean, the person who drew him wasn't 5 years old. He probably was drunk, though, because he's Australian, and Australians are always drunk, as far as I'm aware. So, Maniac Mansion I tried to play at one point, and I'm just terrible at it, so it's not very interesting. Like, I have absolutely no skill in it, and so while I would be happy to, like, do a follow a walkthrough of Maniac Mansion, that's not particularly interesting, really, and so I have thus far restricted myself. I did attempt to play it, like, for a very brief time during one of my during my first 24-hour stream, and during that I learned that, like, I really should not be playing it. Hello, Celso! How's it going? I enjoyed No Man's Sky. I did not play a lot of it. It definitely was not worth $60 at the time I bought it, and I would have paid less. But I think that a lot of the hate for it is completely overblown. Yes, you have slain something. By participating in the chat, you have helped to slay things. Oh god, no, don't snake on top of me. Oh! I got distracted by a chat for a second and wasn't paying attention. Viridian, I will let you know if you need to be out of here. I don't mind people who are here. You're allowed to be wrong so long as you're not just like a dick and wrong about like being a dick about it. That's the rule in the CPG chat. Anyone's allowed to be wrong so long as they're not a dick about it. Oh god, I got hit by a thing. I can't play Isaac sober. Well, luckily I probably won't need to. That's not my plan. Oh, that's someone else's, I can't tell if, like, Hao is now arguing with himself. Like, he's like, you can play Isaac sober. And now he's like, you can't play Isaac sober. I can't figure it out. Shirtless and drunk, the best way to be. Brad, you're very rarely shirtless when you're playing Isaac. I've watched a bunch. And my impression is that you are very rarely shirtless. Alright, there we go. My goal is not to get as much traffic as I can. My goal is to develop a community and an environment that I'm happy with. So, all right, dodging the eggplants. Free the Centurion and enter the left door. Okay. Back off, bitch. Am I a Treehouse Brewery fan? I don't know Treehouse Brewery in any particular way. That's not one that I recognize off the top of my head. Happy Freezing Friday. Yeah, Jeremy Collins. We definitely got some of our... We got the first snow that I've had to shovel out here, so, yeah. Alright, let's reach the ladder above. Avoid the spikes and jump to the ladder at the top. Ow. I need to get to a shop so I can actually buy something and not die. I probably need to actually, like, grind out some snakes because I don't think I'll have enough money to buy anything at the moment. Oh, and now all the snakes are down there. Awesome. Awesome! I read good books lately. I'm currently reading, I mean, the book that I've been reading at the moment is the book that I talked about last stream, which is a book about basically like underground exploration and urban exploration in unallowed areas. It's a pretty great book. It's by an author who's been doing this for about a decade at this point, and he talks about his visits to Rome and Paris and his explorations in New York and like tower climbing and bridge climbing and everything else like that. So it's been a really good read. My wife got it for me for Christmas, and I've really liked it. Alright. Oh god. Don't get hit by a thing. Eggplant. No eggplant. Okay. Oh no! Ow. Jess, do you remember the name of the book? I'll have to look it up. It's upstairs, but I don't know exactly. It's like Wild Cities or Wild something like that. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, Cowdozzle. Too much silence. Too much silence. It's all my fault. All right. Over the spike blocks and out the door to the right. Oh god, blue trows all over the place. Leave me alone. Yes, avoids lava damage just to get hit by a spike. That is 100% correct. Yes, I'm feeling much better. It is amazing how modern medicine is actually successful at achieving exactly what we need to be successful for. So, I was able to get antibiotics before or I was able to get antibiotics on Monday, and they had not really kicked in. Like Tuesday, I still stayed home from work, but by Wednesday, I was feeling drastically better, and I'm still better. I'm still actually taking Tylenol in addition, because I'm still not feeling 100%, but I'm way better than I was, so. Also, I'm a nasty little skank. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, hi. Ah, get away from me, meanie. Alright, I have not hit the boss once yet. That is awesome. There we go. Okay, leave me alone, you stupid balls. Okay, I cannot hurt the balls, I just have to dodge them. So no getting hit in the face with balls. General rule of thumb. CPG rule of thumb, don't get hit in the face with balls, unless you're really sure that you're into it. And do shoot people in the face who want to shoot you. Or something. I don't know. I'm not very good at making new rules of CPG anymore. All the good ones are taken. Day of the Tentacle I liked a lot. I like the style a lot better. I'm just not good at those games. Like, I was good at Myst, right? I was good at Myst in the modern era. When I was a kid, I wasn't good at Myst at all. I always just did the exact same thing and never figured out how to do anything. But, like, when I played Myst this time, I felt like I actually got most of the puzzles, and that was only with like a little bit of like, you know, a quick glance at overall, like, you know, for each of these puzzles, where should I be looking, or understanding a little bit more of the marker switches, but not generally like having problems with the game. But the point-and-click adventures are just not good. And then the other problem is, so with Maniac Mansion, the version I played, one of the problems was that the version I played had no sound, and so it was like sitting there in silence as I like clicked on random things. And I think that's because I was playing like an older DOS version that didn't have sounds or something like that. So I don't know. Why was I hiding chicken food, Chinese food, and chicken wings in my table? What? I missed something. So yeah, I've watched a couple people play Day of the Tentacle, but... Oh, is she complaining about all my food in my, like, upstairs? Yeah, I have a bunch of food. They're all in containers that I haven't taken downstairs because I've generally felt like crap. So I've got pasta and Chinese and Thai and I think that might be it. I got blackjack pasta, I got Chinese and Thai. Yeah. Ow! Don't hit me with things! I'm not hoarding food, they're all the leftovers. They're like, I've eaten 75% of this food, and now I have all this other food, or I have this last 25%, which isn't enough for me to save and make another meal out of, so I'm just gonna leave it here, because I'm going to bed. No, the Domino's chicken is empty, there's no food in that. That's just a box. If you don't want gross things, don't go through my nightstand. Like, that's rule of thumb. My nightstand is where I keep my gross stuff. I don't need you going through it. God damn it. It is a good thing that I have save states, so. Alright. Alright, so I died. So that means that we're on to our next animal who was given a degree. Let's see. Ah, yes. In February of 2012, in a story on local diploma mills by Houston television station KHOU, the reporters got a high school diploma and official transcript from Lincoln Academy for their photographer's basset hound Molly for $300 after filling out a laughable, easy take-home test. According to a homeschooling advocate, Lincoln Academy and other schools were improperly taking advantage of a Texas law that prohibits discrimination by public colleges and universities against homeschool students. So there you go. It seems like Texas maybe is the place to go if you want to prove that all you have to do is pay money for a transcript. Anyway, welcome one and all to the stream. I'm the Chris who plays games, and we're just finishing up some Kid Icarus here, hopefully. Hopefully, we're gonna finish up some Kid Icarus here. These boss fights are just interminable. Like, I realize that they're probably better if you actually manage to pick up, like, a bunch of mallets and have, like, people who help you for part of them, but I always just end up feeling like they just take forever, and they're not difficult, they're just annoying. Alright, do that. I guess maybe they're better if you've actually picked up the strength arrows. I think one of the problems that I had was that because I didn't realize that like the upgrades that I was purchasing, I should have been purchasing more or something like that. So yeah, pretty much. I mean, Monstro kills me every time, so I got no room to talk there, but generally speaking, Monstro, exactly. I don't know. It looks like an angry bubble face, I think. Yeah. Oh god. Leave me alone, you stupid bubble face. Oh god, that was not good. Thank you, blah blah blah. Ah! Yeah, see, like, he just instantly killed my only two helpers, which makes the rest of these attacks take a really long time. Oh, we killed the golem! I like killing golems. Alright, we're gonna kill this. This game sucks. It doesn't suck. I mean, it's a fine game. It's just hard and difficult. Ow! Don't hit me. Alright, I got a little bit further this time before those things died, so I think the Helper Angels, you're basically what's supposed to happen is as you go through the level, you're supposed to get a whole bunch of mallets and, like, buy extra mallets with your extra money and everything else like that, so that when you get to this point, instead of having, like, 4 Helper Angels, you have, like, 16. And if you have 16 Helper Angels, then they can actually do some pretty serious damage. You'll have 4 at a time, and as they come out, they'll each do, you know, 2, 4, 6, 8 damage, and then die. Unfortunately, when you only have 2 of them, they are almost completely useless, so. I mean, one of the reasons that NES games were not very forgiving is that you didn't have the ability to build a lot of gaming, like, to put a lot of content on a cartridge, right? So, in order to build these games, each of these things was distributed with the hardware of what RAM they had and everything else like that. And so if you were going to add more to your game, it was going to be expensive in order to mass produce. Unlike today, where software is, like, the software is essentially free, and all of the hardware distribution, like, sometimes doesn't exist, or the costs are comparatively minimal. So, you know, I think it's a very different environment, which ended up, you know, kind of having an impact on what these games ended up being. So instead of games being varied and different and everything else like that, you get a lot of games that were just hard for the sake of being hard. I don't know how I did not get hit by that, so. There we go. But yeah, so as far as games go, I would say that oh, I can shoot up. I always forget that. I can't jump while shooting up, but I can shoot up. God damn it. Okay. Alright. How come I cannot respond to a specific comment on my stream? I don't know what you mean by that question, Viridian. I'm pretty sure I can respond to a specific comment on my stream. If you're asking how come I don't, that's a very different question, and there are many answers to that, depending on what the comment is. Turns out I can shoot up. I just totally forget it every time. I have to be told how the things that I can do. I do not appear to be able to shoot down, though, so at least I haven't been screwing that up for the entire time. Alright. Keep staying right there. Come on, straight back down. Oh, damn it. I mean, sometimes it's just because I don't see it. More often it's because I just don't care. Sometimes people earn a reputation. Well, so one thing you can do now, Viridian, is you can type like @ and then start to type their name, and you can then tab complete that way. So I think that the reason you can't drag the name anymore is because they're not links anymore. The reason they're not links anymore is because the links used to go to channels, and in order to minimize the level to which people just beg people to subscribe to them in channels, they are no longer links. And with them no longer being links, they don't drag in the browser into a content editable, which is what you were doing before. But as a replacement for that, you now actually have username completion. So @ or hashtag followed by 1 or 2 letters will pop up the tab complete menu so that you can see people's names and type them in. That's correct, Cowdizzle. If you type it like that, I am way, way more likely to respond because I actually see it. But the reason that I ignore you is because you never say anything useful. There we go. Of course it works. Would I tell you to do something that didn't work? I would not. Actually, I would. Sometimes by accident. God damn it. I was just thinking, like, I should really toss a save state here so I saved the other 10 minutes of going back and doing this part again. But I did not. I was not smart. Oh god. Alright. The fact that, like, while I'm crouched, I can still slide left to right is definitely a little bit odd. Ooh, a doppelganger. I think a doppelganger ends up looking like other things sometimes. I don't know. It was weird last time. Alright, let's do this. So @ tab completion should be there. So you should be able to type @ and then you have to type, I think, 2 characters before the menu pops up. How many stages are there? There are 4 stages, but the one after this is pretty short, and is just a stage that is a side scroller, a forced side scroller until you get 50 enemies, at which point you get to the boss. This is the last castle / fortress, and the end boss is supposed to be one of the easier bosses in the game. So this is basically the last major boss of the game. So Safari should work. My Safari tab completion is working fine. So if you're having problems, Tubes, I'll poke at you later and understand it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, when you're using a 4 gigahertz CPU from 2015, if you can't emulate NES games, you've got real problems with the software you're using. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that that would be a little bit unfortunate. So overall, NES emulation is pretty easy. I can do NES emulation and streaming from just about any computer I can get my hands on these days. SNES is easy, Sega Genesis is easy, N64 gets a bit iffy, GameCube is still... Like, Dolphin was a major problem for me the one time I tried to stream Super Mario Sunshine, so... Alright. We did meet on IRC, that is true. PS1 emulation is not a problem on this computer. I did have problems with PS1 emulation on my old MacBook laptop. So that's the reason why I stopped doing any PS games until I got this computer, was because I did it once, and it sort of mostly worked for Spyro, but not quite. So the first game that I streamed once I got the new PC was actually Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Shame, shame, shame. Alright. Oh, God. Oh, come on. You're not gonna give that to me? Hey, Cawthor! Thanks for filling out my VidCon forum, by the way. I appreciate it. Currently working on trying to collect information from people who might want to go to VidCon and let them all know. Anyway, so other than animals who've received diplomas, other things that happened this week, we now know that Trump is going to build a wall and we're going to pay for it. So that's what we all knew all along. But I loved his response to that was like, they won't report that Mexico's going to pay for it later. And it's like, well, of course they're not going to report that, because that's not how laws work. You don't just get to just say like, yeah, we're going to take this money now and later someone else is going to pay for it and expect that the news media reports that for you. You have to do something slightly different than that. Especially given that so far you've proposed 4 different ways to pay for it, not most of which would require Mexico's cooperation, which they have completely declined to give, and, you know, so it goes. But the Republican House passed its annual, like, you know, re-upping of rules. In the process, they briefly were attempting to eliminate all independent/nonpartisan oversight from the House committee, and they also did successfully restore the ability to individually target civil servants and remove their ability to receive salary for a year, which makes other things, for example, the fact that Trump is looking for a list of Department of Energy staffers who contributed to reports he doesn't agree with, a little bit less surprising. Well, that's one of the things he said, DMX. But he's also said that he would tax remissions to Mexico. He's also said that he would do many other things. And the reality is that many of these things are politically, like, a non-good idea. If one thing is true and one thing only about Mr. Trump, it is that he seems to care a hell of a lot about his image, which is a position that is going to be hard to keep if he starts taxing, you know, increasing fees on work visas or, you know, visitor passes or other things like that. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but, you know, that's the type of thing that would generally be a situation that maybe the executive can just do that, but I would expect that it couldn't without an act of Congress. I would expect that things like visas, fees, and other things like that are controlled by Congress, and I highly doubt congressional leaders are really interested in fighting Trump's political battles for him, so... It's not like condoms, which are single-use. I agree that condoms are single-use. Gas masks, I'm not so sure. Alright. Anyway, hello, Jack Mulligan. It's good to see you. Where'd you go? There you go. Alright. So let's, there we go. I do like, yes, it is the case that the combination of the two New York Times headlines today right next to each other was pretty good. Trump calls the fact that everyone is blaming Russia a complete political stunt. Article 2, after intelligence briefing, Trump admits that maybe China was involved. You know, it's kind of funny how, amazingly enough, when you actually go to an intelligence briefing, which, by the way, people have been suggesting you should do for a while, you learn where all these people who are making claims from the intelligence agencies are getting their information. It turns out they're not just making it up for political reasons. This information comes from somewhere. And even if you disagree with it, and even if you don't think it's enough, and even if you think it's still questionable, and all these other things, and even if you're going to say, well, I'm still obviously president because this had no impact on the election, which kind of you're missing the point, but whatever. Like going to your intelligence briefings can help here. Yeah, so that's a Trump cutting down the CIA is one of those things that's a little bit hard to tell. There's been claims in the media that he has made that he has said that, but that's been decried by Trump's camp apparently. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think Trump is, and most conservatives and Republicans are against, you know, larger government and against other things like that. So it's not at all surprising that they would be against a platform that was that they would be against, oh, those things hurt me. Okay, so don't stand under those. Then it, like, normally you would expect them to be in favor of smaller government. And if you believe that the CIA is not doing good work, then I would say that would be an agency that you could look at cutting. I wouldn't in this modern age personally, but I can also understand how that has some political weight as far as kind of drain the swamp and, you know, kill the intelligence community and intelligence gathering on Americans and other things like that people have gotten very upset about. So I think that has a lot of populist legs, even in a world where you've got someone who's sane as your president-elect. So it doesn't surprise me so much, so. I am not saying that Trump is or is not pro-government. I am saying that in general, conservatives campaign on a platform of small government. In practice and in reality, I don't think that that's a very effective promise, and for the past couple elections now, we've seen a significant uptick in significant parts of the government that would historically have been restricted under conservatives. But that's one of the platforms of the Republican Party, is that regulation is bad, government is bad, and Trump is certainly anti-regulation. A big portion of his selling point has been, we need to get rid of all these regulations. If you look at his 100-day plan, it had a significant amount of content which was talking about how his 100-day plan would be to cut down on various, you know, government regulations and other things like that. So. I mean, you have to keep in mind that as with everything Trump, you have to take everything he says with a grain of salt. You have to, you know, do a fair amount of reasoning on your own separately from whatever he says. It's not trivial to take anything that Trump says and do something useful with it. And I'm not trying to do so. I'm only attempting to make claims about the general, you know, practices of conservatives or of big government, small government. So. Do we have to discuss the Nexus of Evil? Yes. If we don't discuss it, then you won't know what's going on. I mean, I think Trump is inconsistent, is his primary defining characteristic. So... I have to kill 50 enemies, I think, before I'll get to the boss, and I think that I'm going to end up not having enough life to fight the boss when I get there with 50 enemies at this point. So that's unfortunate, but... yeah, I have one life bar left. Awesome! Ah! That did not go so well. Do do do. Chicago's a shithole anyway. I think that what was that? So my office has more Emmys than Trump has. I think that's the rule of thumb. Does he have one or none? Because either way, we have more. Oh god. Yeah, Medusa on steroids, pretty much. Alright, let's get some enemy killing going on in here. Yeah, the murder rate in Chicago is ridiculous. It is really unfortunate, and the number of people who are dying there every day is way too large, and it's gotten a lot worse recently. It is the like crowning anti-achievement of the overall massive reduction in crime we've seen over the past 20 years is Chicago's murder rate, especially most recently, has just skyrocketed, and it's becoming an epidemic there. You know, people are scared to go out on the streets in some part of the city. People are, you know, forced to, you know, it's like Baltimore and The Wire. It's terrible. So I am totally sympathetic to the people of Chicago needing something better than what they're getting as far as resources to fight an epidemic. So I mean, it's not that nothing's been done. Plenty's been done. It's just that it's just not been effective. You know, funding has been increased for police officers. You know, as Cal pointed out, it has some of the strictest gun laws in the country. It's, you know, had massive investments in public works. It's just not working. So I think that the question is, why is it not working? And I'm sure there are people who have answers to that, but I don't think that there's an answer to that, and I don't think that there's an easy answer in any case. I mean, so even if you're gonna say like a violent culture there, I don't think that it's easy to like, you know, rule it off as that, because it's gotten worse at the same, like, for a long time Chicago kind of followed the national trends on crime, and that recently has changed. So, you know, even, and I also think it's worth noting, right, that the recent you know, abduction and kidnapping and everything else that happened just recently from a bunch of terrible, absolutely terrible people who attacked someone, you know, completely unreasonably, is, I'm not sure that that's actually at all related to the overall problem of crime in Chicago. So I don't know why there's so much crime in Chicago. I'm pretty sure that's what I just said. It's a complex problem that I'm sure scholars study and make entire PhD theses out of, and I am just not that goddamn smart. So I cannot answer that question. There are probably people in the world who can. Okay. There we go. But yeah, so poverty and an overall sense of helplessness certainly applies, but I mean, it's not like Chicago actually has a particularly high, you know, overall unemployment rate. Like, employment is pretty good. The economic prospects of the city, because it's a city, are better than in a lot of other places. It doesn't strike me as like the Detroit level of rundown. It's not the case that Chicago, unlike some other like cities in the Rust Belt and the Midwest and other stuff like that, have lost all of their industry, and there's nothing left there. There's still, you know, large, it's still a large port for ships that come in. It's still a large, you know, manufacturing and other stuff like that. And certainly those jobs have gone away, as we've talked about it again and again, due to automation and other things like that. But I don't know that unemployment, even among, you know, poverty-stricken areas would have gone up drastically. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the real answer, is that, you know, as automation and other things like that have come in, a lot of the blue-collar jobs have gone away. But that isn't when I, you know, am visiting Chicago, I don't get the same impression that I've gotten from other places that are really kind of falling apart. So Detroit is coming back, absolutely, but it was a long time getting there, right? So I mean, it's also possible that even if you were a sociologist, that there are complex issues in Chicago that you wouldn't be able to answer. So, I don't think that New York versus Chicago style pizza is the root of the problem. So. I mean, Meridian in general, okay, Continent customer support. What am I in denial of? I probably am, but... Oh, about the pizza not being the primary reason? No, I don't think that longer sentences for violent offenders would make a difference. I mean, not in a city where 60% of homicides are going unsolved. You know, you basically are just rolling the dice at that point, and I don't think that that's gonna drive it home. Hey, Urban Mask, how's it going? Hello, Sir Dude Bro Man. But I think, so the reality is that New York in the 90s was bad, but New York in the 90s was, like, following a trend that many other cities in the early 90s were following. I don't think that that's the case that, like, New York was particularly bad. I think it was more that, like, overall the trend was towards a lot of problems in urban areas caused by many different things. You know, it may actually just be the situation that we're seeing the, you know, more of the net results of the drug war, right? As you apply the drug war to a city situation or whatever, you see some of the communities being destroyed as a result of drug, you know, crime and other stuff like that, like being prosecuted, and with the, you know, no broken windows policy or other things like that. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It would be interesting to look around and have a discussion with someone who actually knows what they're talking about. Maybe I'll make that an episode of one of my podcasts one of these days. Is that I will sit down and I will find an expert on Chicago and have them explain to me, and therefore to us, why crime is so high in Chicago. Okay, so I can just sit here and take these things. Oh no! I was going well. Oh well. There's no cities in New Hampshire. No nice cities in New Hampshire. That's true. I don't know, is Concord nice anywhere? Maybe it is. Okay, I can't, like, move down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so I mean, certainly there are probably communities in Chicago that are extremely poverty-stricken, in part as a result of changes in economy, in part as a result of many things probably, and I would not be surprised at all to learn that that is a contributing factor in why Chicago has such a high murder rate recently. But again, I'm not an expert. I haven't looked into this particular situation. I just know that it is high. And not just a little bit high, but ridiculously high, so. Wow, look at that, Puke Puss. I think Puke Puss is a rare, so that's why he's got all the extra life. I'm very brave to say this. I don't know what I'm very brave to say, but I'm probably not. Oh, god damn it. Damn it. Alright, I want to get in a spot where the eyeball lasers don't hit me and I can shoot the snakes. There we go. Yeah, so, I mean, certainly lack of education can have many impacts, but I don't think it has the impact. It's not the direct and proximate cause, right? Like lack of education and lack of education opportunities are the types of things that contribute to increased poverty. Lack of education contributes to a general feeling of helplessness and an inability to advance, and also contributes to the types of things where when the blue collar work that you've done goes away, you don't have any way to react. So I think I did it. Well, and then gang violence over drugs comes entirely because of general lack of opportunities, right? I don't know, did I get the good ending? Medusa was destroyed and the light of peace returned to Angel Land, but in order to maintain peace, Pitt's struggle continues. Many things are responsible for the election of Donald Trump. Well, if my struggle continues, what am I doing here? Alright, so we've got the, I did beat the game. I did, yes. Woohoo! A Pokepuss is a troll, or no, an orc. Oh, I didn't get the good ending? Alright, that's fine. The hero! Me! I'm the hero! Hat spin, hat spin, hat spin. Push start button. I don't think I want to push the start button. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Oh, I can do stuff better now. Yeah, I'm done. I'm not gonna push the start button. Okay, cool. So that was Kid Icarus. Hooray! Go away, game. Yes, I am sure. All right, so we're gonna go to me. Hello, it's me. And because it is that time of the evening, we're going to oh, push the select button. I failed. We're going to be drinking a Farnham Hill semi-dry cider, this big bottle here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Farnham Hill semi-dry cider. Farnham Hill semi-dry cider is barely off-dry, not a bit sweet, with rich fruit aromas and flavors, keen acidity, distinct tannic character, and a cleansing, appetizing finish. It's delicious at big or small moments and pairs well with many foods, brightening subtle, strong, or spicy flavors. Distinguished ciders take their character from distinguished fruit. We grow English, French, and American cider apples that intense flavor here. Ellis Bitter, D'Aubigné, Somerset Red Streak, Mêlée d'Or, Golden Russet, and many more. Their natural tannins, acids, and sugars combine to make fully satisfying fermented ciders. Long and lively cider traditions flourish across the apple-growing world, but Prohibition nearly erased the U.S. cider craft. The singular pleasures of a good dry orchard brew cider are still too rare here. Every Farnham Hill cider carries a delicious sensory signature that can come from nowhere else. This is produced and bottled by Poverty Lane Orchards in Lebanon, New Hampshire, because as we know, there are no good cities in New Hampshire. So, Yeah. So now we know this is what we're drinking. Um, and yeah. In the meantime, I'm gonna quickly pull up Super Meat Boy. In the meantime, because it is winter, you can have a video of one of my previous snow experiences here in Cambridge, where it snowed. So here we go. My glasses because it was super snowy. Oh, I'm sorry, that's probably really loud. It's probably not a lot louder than me, but I'm blind. Yeah, this was basically the first storm of the snowpocalypse. This is basically our entire town. Our entire town was shut down. The roads were closed. Cars were not allowed to drive on them, other stuff like that. So it was super windy out, and that was the day I went out because it's not very often you get to go through town like that. So this was even before we had like 6 feet of snow on the streets all the time. You can't buy guns in Massachusetts, Cowdizzle. Don't be silly. Oh my goodness, Blake Strike. Well, I'm glad that you're back after driving so far. I'm gonna follow you, truck. Yeah, so they pulled out the big guns for that storm, but this was the first storm of the season. The streets got so much more full of stuff there. No, fuck on the lawn, they piss on the lawn. Anyway, so yeah, that was a nice little thing. All right, so let's do that. We'll pull back out of this, have this here, and we're gonna continue with some Super Meat Boy. And yeah, all right, where are we? Nope. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So there are 2 levels left that we had not yet gotten to, and I actually beat one of them off stream. So we will go back and beat that one on stream, so we can see all of the levels. My drone is not Mexican, I don't think. All right, so let's do this. The cider's good. Let me actually move my bottle here, and I've got that there. All right, so I'm gonna turn on some sound, help and options, settings, turn up the music, and the SFX. All right. Viridian, don't get too upset about what Viridian says. You have to take everything he says with a grain of nobody knows what the hell he's talking about. All right, so I have no idea how to beat this level anymore. That's good. What type of drone in it? So that was my DJI Phantom. It's the FC40, but was basically the Phantom 1. I have a bunch of other drones. One I sank in the river was my TBS Discovery Pro. And then I built another Discovery Pro, but a piece of it was broken, and so I never finished it, and it kind of killed my interest in the hobby for stupid reasons, and I never really got back to it. So I agree, Cowdizzle. You do not deserve to be called a racist by some pussy, and I don't know what Viridian was trying to say. I was giving him a chance to kind of explain what the hell he was talking about, but Yeah, Frenchies is not racist. 2, the fact that you're offended at something doesn't give you a reason to call people names that are, like, both untrue and inappropriate. So yeah, don't do that. And if you don't like people being called Frenchies here, then, you know, maybe you're in the wrong spot, because the Frenchies will be Frenchies. That's the thing they do. Anyway, hello, Proto Sam. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I forgot. The reason that I had all those videos set up and everything else like that was so that I could actually go and change my stream information and not, like, take up time in the chat with it. And then, of course, I totally forgot that I was going to do that. And so, yeah, I'm dumb. So, Super Meat Boy, gameplay and chat, recap of the week. We'll delete that. And so on and so forth. Super Meat Boy 2010. There we go. And I even have a thumbnail. I have a backup thumbnail. I'm gonna change my thumbnail like a real grown-up, I think, if I can find my other thumbnail. Super Meat Boy? There we go. Super Meat Boy. And I've changed my thumbnail just like that. It's freaking magic. You can not like an ignorant expression, but that doesn't mean anyone who uses it is a racist. Like, I make ignorant expressions all the time. Get your righteous ass out of here. You know, I mean, it's a little bit silly to be complaining about someone having a righteous ass when they're in my stream. Like, you know, that's kind of what we do here. All right. I am sad that Cowdizzle wasn't being racist, because I feel if you're gonna get called racist, you should at least deserve it. Everyone can see this, right? The game's playing, everything's good, we got an animal at the bottom, we're all good. Alright. You think everyone here has an ass? That is a good bet, Jack Mulligan. The number of people without asses in this world is pretty low, so that's a pretty safe bet. I'd be willing to accept that one. Okay. You're just a head in a jar. Do you live in the head museum? Do you live a life of quiet dignity? Because that's what I hear heads in jars do. Alright, I gotta figure out how to jump through that gap. Everybody ready? Haha! I have succeeded! I have successed! Oh god, that was stupid. Viridian, you're the one who called somebody a racist. It's okay, like, getting offended for yourself is fine, but calling people in this chat names is not fine, so don't do that. You're Ted Williams. I'm Leonard Nimoy. I'm Dick Clark's head, and this is New Year's Rockin' Eve. It's kind of sad that he's no longer doing it. It kind of ruins that whole joke. That's actually what Jess and I did with our New Year's Eve, was that we sat down and watched the Futurama, the first episode of Futurama. I successed. Well, I love that, like, Viridian is here saying, like, I don't like those words, so I'm gonna call you a racist, and then, like, is is being racist, and this doesn't make sense. I can't deal. By the way, I leave judgment up to the rest of the chat as far as this situation. I don't have enough thinking capacity to deal. All right. Hello, Eric. How's it going? You're not a racist, cow. Seriously, you need to take people less seriously. You're gonna be like me. You're gonna be like, you know, sitting here and taking it personally when, you know, you tell me that I don't talk to you enough and that I don't pay attention to you, and then I know that you just do that so you can laugh at the fact that I get my panties in a twist over it, because I care, but then I feel like I don't care and I don't show it, and I'm actually afraid often of like overcompensating and being too nice to other streamers and being mean to other people and like not remembering who my friends are and other stuff like that, and then I get all self-conscious about it and so on and so forth. Nothing makes sense. Welcome to CPG Court. I'll be your host, CPG. There was something in the tabloids just recently about Judge Judy being, like, discovered with drugs or something. I assume it wasn't true, but it was a reminder to some extent that fake news has always been with us. Except now, instead of your parents being like, please don't buy that cheap, trashy tabloid, they're like, Freedom.Eagle says that Hillary Clinton gave everyone AIDS. You don't own me, cow. Chris GC8! Ever own any Garbage Pail Kids? No, I've never heard of Garbage Pail Kids. Yeah, that's from some Facebook meme. I take no credit. God damn it! I do hate you, Drake. You are right. I hate all people evenly. No, I hate some people less. I hate Mrs. CPG less, because she makes me sandwiches. And I hate Jose less because he has a cute butt. And I hate Brad less because I need to save him from the evils of his smoking habits. And so on and so forth. Boom, 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 boom. Knockoff Cabbage Patch Kids. Okay, yeah, no, I think I had one, like, Cabbage Patch Kids or something like that. I also had a real Care Bear. So I had a Grumpy Bear, and Grumpy Bear is one of the things. So if I ever get the tattoo that I want, which is basically a series of, like, 1-inch by 1-inch icons that act as representative of various portions of my life. At age 2, a Grumpy Bear Care Bear is going to be the icon that I have. So my bedstand food is all inedible. That's the reason it's bedstand food, is because I keep it there because I'm lazy, not because I plan to eat it again. If I was going to eat it again, I'd have to put it away. Do I know what I am? I have no idea what I am, Viridian. What am I? What are the rules of the Ugly Butt Club? Well, the first rule of the Ugly Butt Club is you can't talk about the Ugly Butt Club. I don't really have a butt to speak of, so... Alright, I want to drop a save state here. Can I do that? God damn it! You do have a cute butt. You're wrong. I've seen it. Is there anything sacred to you? Nothing is sacred to me. I did show my butt to somebody and then they wanted it. Did they pay you $1 for it, Jose? Because I feel like that's the way that paying for that getting butt should work. Oh god, that was not a thing. My ass is not good. I have no butt. It is a flat butt. It is an unimpressive, unuseful, unmeaningful butt. Oh, God. All right, so it's 10:30, which means that by 30 minutes from now, I need to come up with a topic to rant about. I was thinking of ranting about... So one of the things about rants is that they serve a twofold purpose for me. One, of course, is to entertain all you lovely people. Dick Bye! Happy birthday! Wow, that was probably really loud. God damn it. I need to... Hold on one second. All the way down. I need to just, like, move this away. There we go. All right. Dick Bye! Happy birthday! All right, that's better. I'm sorry. I was probably clipping terribly for like the entire night, and I haven't been paying any attention to my sound, and I didn't know. Oh my god. My god. Snap Click Cat in the chat. How's it going? Shouldn't you be out drinking? I thought you drinked on Fridays. Oh, no. God damn it. I scared you. I'm sorry. I did not mean to shatter your eardrums. It's comical. By the way, all of you, welcome to the stream. But yeah, so my CPG rants are now an intentional twofold design. One is they entertain the people who are here, and I appreciate the comments that I get during the thing, and I am able to take that feedback and learn from it, which is useful. Another thing that they do, though, is they give me VOD content from my channel, and VOD content is how I attract new people. And so one of the things that I've actually found over the past couple of weeks where I've been regularly uploading my CPG rants is that I'm gaining like 3 to 5 subscribers a day, whereas before I was gaining like, you know, -1 on days that I wasn't streaming. And so by doing that, I'm kind of branching out and having this content there. Now, granted, most of my content has really shitty discoverability, because like, what do you search for that my CPG rants would ever come up for? But even with that being the case, I still sometimes get people who recommend it or see it or as a suggested video or something else like that. Oh, sorry. Someone asked me how long I've been doing YouTube. So I've been doing YouTube as a creator of gaming content for a little bit more than a year. I have went from doing 1 night a week to 2 nights a week back in late January / early February of last year when I played Her Story. That was the first Friday night stream that I did that was scheduled. And I started at Extra Life in November of 2015. I have been on YouTube for a while before that. I made drone videos like the one that you just saw, so that one dates back to 2015, and I've been making those kind of I made those kind of semi-regularly for a year before I started doing the gaming stuff, and I also have been working at YouTube for 2.5 years, so. I actually say I work at Google most of the time, Tubes. I don't say I do YouTube because people are like, oh, you make videos, or like, I don't say I'm a YouTuber because people are like, oh, you make videos. So I usually go with I work at Google, and when they ask me what I work on, I say I get to work on YouTube doing video delivery. Sometimes I will say like I work at YouTube doing video delivery and infrastructure, depending on the conversation topic or other things like that. I do YouTube. Sometimes I just tell people like I make sure that your YouTube videos don't buffer, which helps a little bit, so. My job at Google is to make sure that your video doesn't buffer. I work on the video infrastructure and delivery team, on the quality of experience sub-team. Specifically, I work on operations, which means that my job is to take the data that my team produces and to share it with other teams inside of Google so that they know when shit is broken. Okay, so I think... God damn it. If you buffer, yelling at me is one of the most useful things that you can do, so long as you do it with sufficient information. So the thing you want to include is if you right-click on the player and click Get Debug Info and send it to me in a DM, on Twitter, on Discord, or whatever, I will be happy to look at it and tell you what's up. Sometimes I will tell you this was an issue with whoever was sending you content, especially if it's live. Sometimes I will tell you this is an issue with your ISP. Sometimes I will tell you this is an issue with a YouTube server. I think one of my favorite stories is at one point I sat down and someone was having issues with YouTube. And he was like, it's raining out, and I know when it rains, like, my internet doesn't work, so that's why I can't watch this YouTube video. And I was like, he is right, that is a thing that can happen, but I was like, no, you know, just get me debug info and I'll look at it. And I looked at it, and sure enough, like, there was a bad server he was connecting to. And so I logged into the server, and I took all the traffic away from it, and I said, okay, like, try again now. And he's like, holy crap, my YouTube worked. So yeah, I have actually fixed machines in order to help people, you know, get their YouTube working while they're sitting in a live stream with me. Mostly just for fun, so. No, mostly you're probably seeing that on iOS, and that's Apple's fault. And as far as how long have I been doing this particular fight, I have been doing this particular level, I've been doing this particular level for about 10 or 15 minutes. You can, of course, check, because this is YouTube, by just dragging the cursor back about 10 to 15 minutes until you find the part where I wasn't doing this already, and then count from there. But, yeah, so about 15 minutes. Last time I did this, it took me about 30 to beat, and I'm certainly farther than I was 15 minutes into that time, so I expect that we still got another 10-15 minutes in this, but not a lot more. And then I've got the boss fight where I fight Dr. Fetus. Dr. Fetus, in addition to being a character in Super Meat Boy, is also a character in, or an item in Binding of Isaac Rebirth, which is a game that we will be playing after this. So, hello, Nevik. Can I fix China for you? I cannot fix China for you. My advice for China will be get the fuck out of China, you fucking moron. But you know that. I mean, you're happy in China, so you shouldn't do that. But if you want a working internet, you would know that that's a requirement. Is there snow in China? I didn't think it snowed in China. I mean, your girlfriend can move with you. Doesn't your girlfriend... Your girlfriend's name is Florence. That doesn't sound like a very China name. I don't know if I've ever seen Florence, so maybe she's Chinese and she just, like, every other Chinese person uses a Americanized name. Aha! I have success! AWOL! Long time no see! Happy New Year, my friend! To be fair, Cal, you earned that. But I also think that, like, yeah, you don't get to insult moderators is a totally fine rule to stick by. Okay. Alright. Which web browser is everyone using? I use lots of browsers. I use Safari, I use Edge, I use Chrome, I occasionally use Firefox when Firefox users complain about something like they did today. Okay. Okay, so I need to get through this, but I don't want to die. Got it. Alright. Aha! I did not die! Excellent. I prefer Safari personally. Alright, so this is all the times I died. So we can watch this for a second while I drink some more beer. Thank you very much, Chris Mitter. I did try and make a Binding of Isaac. I liked it just like sitting here for a minute is apparently what I did. I totally forgot that part. Alright, go me, go. The one, I worked with a person who had, so I worked with a bunch of people in China when I worked at Nokia, and yes, yes, yes! Alright, cool. After that, it was just a long wait, so we're not going to wait for the rest of that. Okay, so now we have Dr. Fetus. Dr. Fetus is going to shoot me and stuff, and I have not beaten this level yet, so I have not a lot of experience or knowledge or anything else like that, so... We got some alcohol to keep us through. Oh yeah, exactly, AWOL. We can do it! Alright, so he's gonna try and shoot rockets at me. We've got kind of, oops. We've got the blades on the left and the blades on the right that are gonna kind of move along and keep things progressing and killing me and so on. Basically what makes it a side-scrolling adventure! God damn it. But yes, the character at the bottom is being attacked by people talking in chat. As you talk, we will do more damage. The goal is not to spam. If you spam, it doesn't do any good, but If you just kind of chat normally, then we will do more damage to things, we will kill more things, we'll get more experience, we'll destroy more enemies, we'll gain more relics, and we'll all win! Okay. So Dr. Fetus is after me. And this is bad! Okay. I escaped that. Okay. I don't know where I want to go. I'm gonna die. I died. Okay. Hello, notice me. So if you were in Brad's chat, you would be blacklisted and no one would even know you were speaking because Senpai is blocked in Brad's chat. You would just never ever see anyone respond to you. It would be good. Will I be playing the bonus chapter? Luis, no, my plan is to go to Binding of Isaac after this, so my plan is just to finish up Dr. Fetus and then go to Binding of Isaac. Cowdizzle was kind enough to buy me the Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus expansion pack that just came out, which is one of the reasons that I want to get to it, so. Ah! Damn it. Ah! Did not succeed. I love you all. That's not just the booze talking. The number of times I've said that in the companionship of booze is much higher than the number of times I've said that not in the companionship of booze. So I kind of wonder how true that statement is. Like, it's not that I don't believe it when I'm not drunk. It's just that I wouldn't say it. And so in some sense, it is actually the booze talking for me. And now maybe it's not for you, but that's just my experience. All right, come on, let's go. Keep moving. Keep it moving. All right. I don't know what I want to do. Damn it! That was not what I wanted to do. So this is the final boss of a game that is intended to be pretty difficult. So I think I've died several hundred times in this particular game, and but I had a lot of fun doing it. I ended up playing for about 4.5 hours, 4 hours last Friday, and I'm happy to be getting back to it. So I do love painstakingly played, but you all is the key statement that I'm making here. I am not saying that there are not people in this chat I love. There might even be people who aren't just Jessica in this chat that I love. Because I use love in a way that allows me to love people even if I am not planning to be in a long-term, personally committed relationship with them. But at the same time, oh, come on! That totally hit the wall before I was there. Love, love, love. A reminder to everyone that if you're going to VidCon, you should fill out my survey pinned at my top of my Twitter timeline. Yeah. All right. You only love things if you can abuse them? All right. Okay. Also, is anyone going to PAX East? I assume not, but if you're coming to PAX East, you should know that I live not very far away, and so while I am not planning at the moment on going to PAX East, I would happily give people a tour of Google if they make it over to the area. I do have Twitter. I have all the Twitter. Stingray, Proto Sam, good to see you again. I do tweet nothing but alt-right memes. That's absolutely the case. And other things that will get me fired. Actually, alt-right memes wouldn't get me fired, so I guess that's not really other is the wrong thing to say. Hello, Constantino! Welcome to the stream. That was a spike thing that hit me in the wall. Working blue. I don't know what that means. Oh, God. Watch out for that chat. That box. Watch out. The thing. Oh, God. Jose, have you not learned from Dogeth? Starting from scratch is the worst way to start. Just go with what you got. Oh no! Come on. Damn it. I think in general the Penny Arcade folks are considered to be somewhat misogynistic, not super responsive to concerns of consent and so on in their community, and so on and so forth. I think that they've gotten a little bit better by basically just listening to the smart people that happen to work with and for them, which has resolved some of the most egregious issues, but I don't blame anyone who doesn't go to PAX events as a result, so. AWOL, you said my check out my or something like that. Hello, Ken. Oh, thank you very much, Ken Santino. No, it was like because he's got a bunch of stuff blocked for Super Mario Maker level recommendations, and so you said like check out my, or I'm going to go play my game or something. Going to go play. Oh, play my I think is what's blocked. Play my is blocked in Jose's chat. So the comic was one thing, but there was a more recent thing that they did even after the comic where they, in addition to defending it, like something else came up and they were equally like not dick wolves. I just don't block anything, and I have a team of moderators who know what to do. That is probably the latest gossip. Well, that's not YouTube gaming gossip, really, so. Dick Wolf is the guy who writes for Law & Order, but that's not the context they mentioned it in. Hello, Viridian. So yeah, in general, insulting moderators is a bad way to go, especially when you've proven yourself to be a little bit questionably motivated on me giving a shit about you. For my people who are my friends, I'll fight hard tooth and nail for them. You know, if people get timed out, I will take action. But when I'm kind of like, yeah, you're a little bit of a dick, and I don't care all that much, that's gonna happen. You're gonna get dick wolved. God damn it, that jump is hard to make. I mean, Protosam sarcasm, so if someone gets timed out because they were saying something sarcastic, I'm gonna feel a little bit bad, but not super bad. Like, this is one of those things about sarcasm, is it's hard to interpret online, and if you're not willing to take a little bit of a risk with it, and you're not in a situation where you think that the person on the receiving end is going to know exactly what you mean with it, then I would recommend that you wouldn't, right? So if I make a comment and Brad makes a comment and you make a comment and someone who's never been here makes a comment, all of those are going to receive totally different treatment from everybody, right? Like those are several different classes of relationship, and as a result you have to expect that each of them is going to generate a different type of response. And I think that you know, sometimes that means that when you're in a social situation that you don't know very well, you'll end up having something happen that you don't totally mean to. You'll have things misinterpreted if people don't really know, you know, what you mean. I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to do through there. So yeah. Word meaning is so screwed up today. There are many things that are screwed up. Word meaning is probably not the chief among them, I'd say, but sure, whatever. Oh god, damn it. Yes! Good job, Proto Sam! By the way, if you are interested in seeing your progress, you can check out that Septipus RPG link that just popped up in the chat. That's going to have your experience points, your gold, your other stuff like that, and show you how well you're doing at helping us destroy all of the enemies of the land. Of course, if you're like most people and just don't care, you can also just ignore it, so. I mean, sarcasm's always a risk, right? So. Oh god. Well, it's as he talked in the last 5 minutes, AWOL. Anyway, yeah, so there was a major shooting today in Orlando. Some interesting things about the shooter was, one of the interesting things about the shooter is that he actually approached the FBI in Anchorage, Alaska, because he believed that ISIS was recruiting him. In other words, this dude was just flat out nuts based on all things considered. And speaking as someone who has spent a lot of time living with people who are nuts, I have a pretty good sense of what that looks like. And we've also got, as I said, the assholes who kidnapped and, you know, attacked a special needs person in Chicago. Totally abhorrent crime. You know, as far as the criminal justice being served is concerned, they're black. They're gonna get, you know, what the law can give them. So there is that. There is that, but overall it's a really shitty situation, and it's terrible that they took advantage of this person, and I hope that they get whatever's coming to them. Ah! I didn't watch the video. I saw it go by and did not watch it. Aha! Kabakaboden! Damn it! I mean, I think they're crazy, Proto Sam, but in a different way. I mean, I don't know. I've met some people from Southern Illinois. I wouldn't call them sane by any stretch of the imagination. I'm glad to hear that they were not working there today, Viridian. That's got to be scary. Oh god. As far as other news, oh yeah, so the thing that I found interesting, which didn't, I guess, get announced or discovered or whatever until after it passed, was that the House reinstated a rule from the 1870s, which allows the government to target specific civil servants and reduce their salary to $1, which I think is a really terrible thing. Like, if you're gonna fire somebody, just fire them. You don't, like, pay them $1. I don't know what the point of that is, but I think that it's generally a bad thing, and seems like exactly the type of thing that I can be seen as being used for political retribution, so that kind of sucks. Okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do there. Smoke weed every day. I've not looked into the gravitational waves that are discovered recently. This is a new thing to me. I have been slowly making my way through all of Tom Scott's, But so they can do that... Couldn't they do that by firing people? Oh! The Republican... like, Congress can't fire people. So this is a way to, explicitly punish people, and because the branches of government are intended to be separate, they don't have the right to fire people, but this is an alternative to that? Is that how it works? Because that makes sense to me. I can imagine that. I mean, understand that is maybe the wrong word. God damn it! I mean, not smoking reefer doesn't explain that much, I don't think. It's a little. Alright, shoot at me. There we go. Okay. I want to drop a save state so I don't have to do that part again. Even modern games with their no save stating. Okay, so I want to... God damn it. I want to watch what he does. Popsicle time. Nope, no popsicle time yet. The sky is falling. I still love that name. That's a great name. Alright, anybody not want a VidCon rant? Speak now or forever. Well, I'm going to do whatever I want anyway, so, you know. But speak now. I could reconsider a different thing. Clear and copious, Chris GC8. That's what I learned when I was at Philmont Scout Ranch, which is in the deserts of New Mexico at 10,000 feet of elevation. Clear and copious. That's the way that you know you're not dehydrated. If you're seeing yellow and not copious, then you're in trouble. The music is from the game. Yes, yes it is. The ho 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 blah blah blah. Oh god. There we go. Yes, I am getting better at making that jump at least. Alright. So I want you to go down. I'm gonna jump here. There we go. So he totally jumps through, like, the far blade. Like, that's not gonna work for me. How the hell do I get through there? Ugh! No. Okay. Just do what most people do in 2010. I don't know what most people do in 2010. So YOLO and run. Oh god. Yeah, this is a freaking hard level, man. I love it though. I love the challenge. I mean, Viridian, because my hands are busy playing the game, man. How do you think I'm gonna drink? I don't have like a straw connected to my mouth. Oh my gosh, I should add a beer hat to my thing. Okay, this is it. Oh my god. Okay, for the moment, we're gonna pretend that Trump does not exist as a human being, and instead, we're gonna do something a little bit different. I am the Chris who plays games. I'm the Chris who plays games. I'm the Chris who plays games. I'm the Chris who plays games, and this is your CPG rant of the evening. So, last year I was offered the opportunity, well, in fact, I took the opportunity to go to VidCon. VidCon, a YouTube video creator conference. Sorry, let me rephrase that. VidCon is a video creators conference. designed to support creators of all types who are making video online, whether you're talking about YouTube or Twitch or Vimeo or Netflix or anything else like that. It's a pretty cool conference. It's got a lot of panels and other things like that, but one of the key things about it is it actually has a bunch of community building. And so one of the people that is a regular, met several of the people that are regulars in the stream are people who I have met through connections that I made at VidCon. VidCon for me has been something that I've gone to 2 years in a row. The first year that I worked at YouTube, I didn't get to go to it. The second year, I told my boss I'm going to go whether, I have a ticket or not. So, you might want to find me a ticket. And I did the same thing in 2016. And it's been a really fun experience. But one of the things that I did differently this year when I went than I did the previous year is that I was actually asking as much more of a creator person. A creator. I was going as someone who makes videos rather than just someone who works on the YouTube video infrastructure. And that was a very interesting difference in perspective. So as someone who worked on YouTube, especially in 2015, it was the case that I constantly felt like I needed to be on the lookout for people who had had problems with YouTube to help them with that, and I was never really thinking of my own content or learning anything about it. And so I went to talks, and I listened to talks, and I talked to people and other things like that, but I never really got very far in the networking or understanding or other things like that. And so I had a big pile of cards that I went through, and I emailed people afterwards and so on and so forth, but I never really was building up my own set of connections. This year, on the other hand, I think that was a very different experience for me, and the primary thing that VidCon offers me is the opportunity to quickly and easily get access to many thousands of creators and network with them. Not the big creators, not Boogie and MatPat and other folks like that, but the medium, moderate-sized creators, the people with between 1,000 and 100,000 subs, or 1,000 and a million subs, are very useful and interesting and valuable to establish connections with. And the reason is because you can take those connections and do something else with them. You can go ahead and, so for example, I've been able to, build a connection with the Art Sherpa community. And one of the things that I've done from that is actually a number of regulars who come by these streams routinely now are people that I met from that collection. And they weren't people who were just coming for art, but instead are other creators or other people who are involved in the creation space and other things like that. The other thing that, of course, that was beneficial at this VidCon compared to the last one is that I specifically set out to build a set of to set up housing early on. And so we planned with a bunch of people who didn't know each other that well. We only knew each other on the internet to share an Airbnb at VidCon. And that was also really interesting. That was really interesting because I got an opportunity to spend time not just at the conference, but outside of it with all of these other people. And in fact, the Airbnb at VidCon in 2016 of like a bunch of people who were YouTube gaming streamers ended up being a kind of focal point for our small community. So VidCon, in addition to a time to being a chance to build official networking opportunities, to kind of talk to people, exchange business cards and other things like that, is also a time to increase the strength of your community. It's an opportunity for you to reach out and to bring together the people that, are part of your community. And many of the folks who are watching this are part of my community. Whether they're streamers or viewers or anything else like that, and obviously viewers are not the primary target of VidCon unless you're under the age of 15, but whether you're streamers or viewers or anything else like that, bringing that community together is a really valuable thing. And I was able to, with YouTube's money and sanctioning and everything else like that, set up a pizza party where we had all these people come by. I set up the live stream where a bunch of people got to see each other, and that was a really interesting and exciting experience for me to be able to bring all of these people together. Hello, One Shot Raiders! Welcome. I am the Chris who plays games, telling you a little bit about VidCon. There are a whole lot of you. So at VidCon this year, I got to meet One Shot Girl, aka Julie. I got to meet Stat, aka Sterling. I got to meet Bunty King and Game Dojo and Blucifer and King Gaming and all of these other people. And it was an amazing experience because I got to build these kind of, I got to build all of these different connections to people that I otherwise didn't have. I got to build all of these connections to people that I didn't have before that, and really build up that community, and those community connections I think are maintained to this day. So this year, I'm trying to collect people from VidCon and to talk to them about what they would like to see, whether they'd like to see, or who wants to share with who, and who's planning to go to VidCon and everything else like that. So thank you very much, Ashley, for the donation, and to bring people in early to try and build this community up, because as YouTube gaming has grown, so has our community. And instead of the 6 or 8 or 12 people who were going last year, and we're part of the community that was there, we've now got this much more massive community of people who I am excited to see, and I hope to see all of you, participating. So if you're coming to VidCon this year, I hope that you will check out my Twitter. There's a pinned tweet. It has the opportunity for you to fill out a form so that I can try and help arrange housing for people. If you're not coming to VidCon this year, I think that it is absolutely something that you should, if you're a creator, consider. Not just because of the talks, and I think that sometimes people don't get as much out of the talks as maybe they could, because it's hard to find the right talks to go to, but not just out of the talks, but instead out of the community building, out of the social building, and most importantly, out of the networking, out of the community of people who are, there to build connections with, to establish connections with, and to become, to know people, to become part of, and everything else like that. So thank you very much, One Shot Raiders, for being here. And Bowman, I said thanks for the raid 4 times already, I'm just gonna look at you right here, Bow5Man777. I see you. But yeah. So I'm going to be there. I'm going to be spinning the propeller on my head. I hope that you'll be there and spinning whatever the propeller on your head is, or meeting up with people, or making friends. And even if you're not, paying attention to the things that are learned, paying attention to the networking opportunities, paying attention to anything else like that. So yeah, take care of the Sneaky Cat Ninja Kitty. Have a great night. And thank you all for being here. I'm the Chris who plays games. This was just a little bit of a rant about VidCon, and I hope that you will join me there this year. If you are a creator, I hope that you will consider it and check it out, and share with us and be part of the community and help grow this community. Thank you very much for the raid. I will be going to VidCon this year. Yes, I absolutely will, and I will be going back to VidCon. Okay. So we're going to go back to the game now. Sorry, One Shot Raiders, for you coming in during the CPG rant of the evening. The CPG rant takes place between 11 o'clock and usually about 11:10 every evening, and we're just here to check that out. So thank you very much, One Shot Girl, for the raid, and One Shot Raiders for being here. Thank you all for helping us out with our attacks on the dreaded monsters of the Septepus RPG. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see the RPG character we are currently attempting to defeat. So thank you all for chatting with us and hanging out. Die, you alpha imp. What game is this? This game is Super Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy is a 2010 game by Edmund McMillan. That is an indie game. I am currently on the last level of the game, attempting to defeat the evil Dr. Fetus, who is attempting to shoot me with missiles. I have these blades all over that I have to avoid and get past and survive. So there is that we've all got, going on. And I have no idea how. I gotta be quicker there. Okay, I've gotta get around that blade on the first jump, because if I wait for that second jump, there's just no freaking chance. So brilliant. Thank you very much for everyone for the subscriptions. Sorry for the timing there, but I hope that you enjoyed a little bit of that CPG rant. If you enjoy general commentary on YouTube content creation and on how the internet works, if you enjoy general commentary on community building and other things like that, make sure you check out my channel. There is a CPG rants playlist, and it has more than an hour and a half of me just talking to the camera about all the things I think in the world. If you are interested in deconstruction of NES music, I also have a 45-minute video talking about how NES music works and how you can build your own NES music. You're right, you can't see me. I will fix that momentarily. Look at that. Now you can see me. Frenchy chest, you racist. You can see my face and my hat. There you go. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna go back this way to die. Boom, shakalak. My face is not even. Oh, there we go. Now we're even. But yeah, so I'm the Chris who plays games. I play retro games every Monday at 9:15, whatever I feel like every Friday at 9:15. I'm a friend of the Sniper Squad and a member myself. Been friends with Julie, as I said, since before VidCon of last year. I will also probably, if luck will have it, be seeing One Shot Girl, aka Julie, around the time of PAX East in Boston in just a couple of months. God damn it, why did I do that? Take care, Cawthor. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much for sending in that VidCon housing forum so I can get my organization on. I appreciate it, and have a great night, my friend. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hello, Raphael! You might go to PAX East, Jack. That would be awesome. As I said, if you're coming to PAX East or interested in coming to PAX East, make sure you let me know. I will happily give a Google tour to anyone who can make the time, and so definitely let me know. Why do I say aka Julie? I don't know. Because I call her Julie, but I don't know if everyone knows she's Julie. I don't know. I mean, I'm just like, why do I say the Chris who plays games every time? Take care, Vane Killer. Thank you very much for coming in with the raid. Thank you very much for hanging out. If you are interested in games that are awesome, I hope you come back. If you are interested in games that are retro, well, I mean, that's really what I consider awesome, so hopefully you do too. If you don't, maybe you shouldn't come back, but you know. Viridian, you've earned it, so I don't care. Sorry. Don't be a dick, and you don't get beat up on. Jack Mulligan, the gold gets used to purchase the relics. The relics don't do anything, but you can see the relics that people contributed to at the bottom of the stream. Welcome, Stephen Curry. PAX East is in Boston, Massachusetts, and it is in just a couple of months. I think it's the end. It is March 10th through 12th. It is 1 week before my birthday, and so, yeah. Yeah. Tickets are actually sold out already, but usually you can find tickets for not much over asking price on Reddit a couple days before, and so, yeah. Rule number 1, don't be a dick. That is pretty much always true. Alright, let's not jump right into the blades. Ah. Damn it. But yeah, so I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Cambridge, Massachusetts being the city across the river from Boston, also known as the city which contains both MIT and Harvard. I don't know if people know that. When I was growing up in Illinois, I had no idea that MIT and Harvard were in the same city. It's a really weird thing, right? Like, why would you expect? I mean, you wouldn't really expect. I don't know. I grew up in the Midwest, and in the Midwest, many of the universities are land-grant universities that are very spread out, you know, agricultural universities that have this history of being in large open spaces. And so to me, the idea of having these two famous universities being in the same town is just very strange. But, yeah. I did not know that, Jack Mulligan. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Nope, I'm not gonna die. All's well. Oh, Inner Tubes, you should come into town sometime. We should have just like a big party. Everyone in Massachusetts should come to town. We'll have like a sleepover at Google. Oh, yes. Okay, that was much more dangerous than I wanted it to be, but I'll take it. Alright. Hello, Slim Gamer Man. Finishing Kid Icarus went just fine. I finished it up without too much trouble. Had a couple of false starts and a bit of save states, but it went okay. Oh! Okay, I had the right idea. I don't know. Does everybody know that? I mean, I don't know anything about surfing. Play Burning Blood. I've never heard of Burning Blood. I have no idea what that is, but I'm not going to do that. Sir Dude Bro Man, I did not know that. Oh god, all the people watching, for those of you who don't know, it is Dick Butt's birthday today, so I want you to say happy birthday, Dick Butt. I know that you might think to yourself, but that's an obscene term, but really his name is Richard. You can just tell yourself that and just think of him as Richard Butt, and he goes by Dick because that's just the way he does, and it's going to be good for you. Alternatively, you could think of him being an advertisement for that game, I don't know, Dildo Penetration or something like that. Yeah. Sarah! All the people and a Dino. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Nobody surfs in Massachusetts. I mean, why would you surf in Massachusetts? The water's freaking cold. Oh. Can I just go over the top? Oh, okay. That would have been way too easy. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows what game I'm talking about? There's a game that's like dildo, fun dildos, dildo whatever. You have to push the dildos into the other things in order to win. Anybody know what game I'm talking about? I mean, AWOL, you did get to genital jousting. There you go. See, Van Helsing and John Horvat are here for me. They know. I will probably never stream genital jousting. My experience watching people play it is that they spent like 75% of their time waiting for a match. I think that this is one of the issues with matchmaking games that don't have strong like AI players that can act as replacements for humans when necessary. If you don't have a good bot system and you don't have enough demand to build up your game, then people just spend all of their time waiting. This is a problem that I actually have even a little bit with speedrunners, which is a relatively popular game. We'll have a couple thousand people playing at any given time, but that doesn't mean that you can usually get a match, and so it ends up feeling like a very annoying game to play multiplayer because I can never find a match that's actually going to work for me. So this is advice to all the game developers out there. If you're going to build a multiplayer system, make sure that you also build a decent AI to go along with it that can act as an alternative to players in a pinch. Rocket League has actually done really excellent at this. So even though the games don't always have players to take them on, or players may drop out, instead of you just ending up in a 3-on-1 situation when 2 players drop out or something like that, you can be in a situation where, god damn it, you can continue playing and the AIs are there. And certainly AIs are not as good as humans, especially if you're talking about real competitive play or something like that, but it's a great alternative if you're just into casual play, to at least not have it feel like, well, I just shouldn't play because I feel bad for beating up on somebody playing 3-on-1. Congratulations, Red Ranger. That's right, Chris plays a level. That's okay, I'm gonna play the same first level of Isaac over and over again in a little bit, so we do have that coming up too. So, don't even worry about it. So Stephen Curry, if you are interested in seeing me check out a game, you can definitely put a link. There's a link in the description below to a game suggestion form. The game suggestion form will allow you to recommend games for me to play. And so if you have an idea that you'd like to see me play in the future, you can check that out there. Was it the second level or the second episode? Because I don't think I actually played any single level for 4 hours. I could be wrong. I won't guarantee that I didn't, but that doesn't sound right to me. Aha! shit. No! God damn it. I failed. I had to touch that thing at the top, but I didn't get there. Sarah, I think that this has been intentional and known to be coming for a while. I'm sorry that it was a surprise that caught you off guard, but... Chris GC8, this is a constant debate inside of Google. I am a pineapple on pizza aficionado. In that sense, I am with Gar, I believe, but I think that I'm on the losing side of the YTG team. Hello, VidGirl, please stop spamming. It'll be too late because you're going to spam again and get yourself timed out before you get a chance to hear this message, but don't do that. Oh no, that was dumb. Make a poll, please. I'm not going to make a poll, please. Sarah, yeah, but just don't blacklist things. I did file a bug that basically says, you know, even if you're not going to... So the reason that the blacklist went away, right? The reason the blacklist went away is it doesn't make sense to take the words that a streamer has most said, I don't want to see, and still continue... Okay, seriously, the two of you? Orange? Hey. I'll be right back. I will give you guys a quick video to watch while I attempt to cope with my cats. So this is a video from when my friend actually crashed his drone into a tree. And so you can watch this. I will be back. Yeah, the other drone did not crash into the same tree, thankfully. But we were able to finally, with a rope, get the other drone out of the tree. So hooray!
Yeah, a little. Quite a lot.
Yeah, looks like it almost came out in one piece.
I think the battery I will not use again.
Yeah, I would say that I agree with that.
I actually think that.
You may not have.
I don't think I broke anything.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I did. I cracked the case there. Yeah. But that's pretty minor.
Yeah. But yeah, so we lassoed the drone. We went to the hardware store, picked up some.
Hey, look, it's all in.
We went to the store, picked up some like a weight, and then attached it to the rope to throw it over the thing. So drones are totally toys. Shut up. All right. Jack Mulligan, feel free to do whatever you'd like. We're gonna fix the fact that chat's CSS was busted on moderating people. Yeah, so the reason that the blacklist went away is because the blacklist is literally the list of things that a streamer said, I never want to see this in my chat. The idea that we would continue to show it to them and just not to anybody else is understandable perhaps, but not exactly matching the intent. And so some of the creators, I mean, some creators I think reasonably complained of the variety, like, you know, like this blacklist is not very useful to me in its current form. It shows me exactly what I don't want to see. Okay. Oh no! I had it! Ah! Nope. Alright, well, at least I'm getting further every time now. But I also found a bug basically saying it would be really good if I could know at least that a blacklisted message was sent, so that I could say, like, hey, random person who sent a message, or hey, random person somewhere, your message might have been blacklisted. You might want to try again with less swearing or something. Oh yeah, by the way, the reason I had to disappear briefly is that my daughter's cat does not get along at all with our other cats at times, and so he was literally attacking my older, or my one of my cats, and so I decided to put the kibosh on that. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. You showed up to the poll? Stop cat abuse, exactly what I did. Mod chat, but I mean, Sarah, mod chat was a non-feature. It was an abuse of a system. It was a terrible hack. And so mod chat is a perfectly reasonable feature request, and we should actually like treat it as a feature request and consider it and look at it in context with all these other things, not tie ourselves to the yoke and tyranny of the past just in order to implement a feature that no one had ever intended to be what it was. So while I share some of your concern, I also know that, like, you know, there's a way to do features, and there's a way to do what we did, and we went with the way that we did what you did, which is fine, but it's not the way that you build features. It's not the way that you spec features. It's not the right way to do software development. And while I am a strong proponent of the good over the perfect, I think that we have to do a little bit better over the perfect. That's all. You are forced to socialize now, Sarahbot. Thank fucking God, huh? Like, this is one of the reasons why I personally have a lot of trouble with mod chat had a lot of trouble with mod chat in some places, is like, you know, okay, like, great, you're talking off log, but I want to talk in chat, and I can't talk to you and not do that. So I always found places where mod chat was this kind of shadow chat to be very personally frustrating to me. So as far as that, I'm a little bit meh. As far as mod chat becoming a feature, I'm not claiming it's going to happen anytime soon. I'm just claiming it was never a feature to begin with. It was a hack, and yes, that hack is gone, but I don't think that it is the end of the world that some people make it out to be. Even if it's frustrating, which I know it is. But practically speaking, you'd already lost a lot of that anyway, because some people watch on YouTube Gaming, so, you know, it's not like you could expect everyone was seeing your messages anyway. Oh, no! Fuck! Yeah, the update went live on the main app. Damn it. Countess's laughing at my pain. Epic Fetus got my ass. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yep, web app 2. Nobody with thousands of people in chat is able to effectively use chat in the current environment. So I don't think you ever need to worry about big YouTubers. The reality is that no big YouTuber has ever looked at a YouTube live chat. Certainly, it isn't the case that, I mean, I've been in chat with thousands of people, and a mod chat is not the primary thing. I think mod chat for the most part was used primarily for communication about moderation activities, but I think that that's a reasonable feature request, and it's just one that YouTube should take into account and consider doing something about. I don't know that I have any particular preferences on heavy metal. My dad was a big Megadeth fan. Personally, kind of, I listen to all kinds of stuff, but heavy metal probably isn't my top choice in any particular way. It's gotten sad at this point. I mean, I'm making progress. I'm not worried about it. It's not that I dislike heavy metal. It's that if I'm given the choice of music to listen to, it's probably not going to be heavy metal, and as a result, I know very little about it. I don't even know what groove metal means, and post-hardcore is like, again, I have no idea what you're talking about. I assume that you don't just mean I finished having sex, because that's how I would implement post-hardcore, but... Did you beat Mega Man 2 tonight, Stingray? I love Mega Man. I mean, the heaviest metal that I care about is generally gold. I'm a big fan of Gold Rush, which is a TV show. Alright. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I think there was a cutscene I missed, but... Cowdizzle, they're coming towards the end of the season, aren't they? What episode are they on? I'm not actually caught up with the current season, so I don't know why. I thought that Parker was supposed to be moving Big Red today, but I guess that is a rerun. So, let's see. They would have finished taping a while ago. Is there a sweeps week in January? My guess is that they need to spread the content out because they are in a position where they need to have some kind of ratings week coming up, and so the reason that tonight was a rerun was to stretch out the season so that it will be longer, and they'll be able to show that later. That would be my guess. I am not swearing anything. As far as I know, it's almost over. I just killed Dr. Fetus, I think. He fell into a pit, and then there was a cutscene that I accidentally clicked through instead of watching because I was afraid I needed to jump. I can't get past this. There were dragons? Oh, there were dragons in the thing. I was like... Yeah, I'm killing the pig. I don't know what that picture is. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, so here's a question for all of you listeners out there in CPG land. I'm the Chris who plays games, and I'm considering doing a podcast where I would interview somebody and have a one-on-one conversation with somebody. It might include things like a CPG rant segment as well as a CPG recommend segment. It would be concentrating a lot of the filler content and other things like that I bring to my streams to a shorter, more dedicated format. If I were to release such a thing, do you think that you would have any chance of listening to it? Follow-up question, if you say yes or no, do you listen to any other podcasts now? I mean, isn't that... Oh, but it's like a princess of meat. Okay, so a podcast is a... generally speaking, a podcast is an audio recording that is delivered regularly in some way. It came from an era when, like, RSS feeds were still a thing, and so that podcasts were a way of distributing audio content if you were not NPR or whatever other than the radio, and they were kind of a, you know, open source or open access way that you could add things to your iPod or whatever else like that. So that's where the pod in podcast comes from. So podcasts that I listen to, for example, are the Adam Ruins Everything podcast. The Adam Ruins Everything podcast basically takes the guest from an Adam Ruins Everything episode who is there for like 1 minute and then ends up spending like 40 minutes talking about some in-depth, substantial topic. I also listen to Ben Walker's Theory of Everything. Theory of Everything talks about, like, most recently has been talking about the surveillance, economy and the surveillance, environment that we all live in and other things like that, and looking at what that means. So I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to do there. How much is this game? I don't know. I bought it for cheap during the Steam sale, so I don't know what it would be on sale for now. My guess is it's probably less than $10, but I don't actually know for sure. There are no sexy French. I disagree. There are sexy French. I've seen their lingerie. There's some of it in my upstairs bedroom. So, I listen to Millennial. Millennial is basically a 21-year-old somebody, or not 21, like a mid-20 somebody talking about her life as someone trying to break into the world of producing radio content. Basically, you can think of podcasts as sort of episodes of a radio show distributed separately from the radio. Okay, so that is the way that I do that jump. It's just hard. Take care, Sarabot. If you just figured out Cow was a troll, you have not been paying very close attention. Alright, so I think I'm gonna... Oh no, that was not what I wanted to do. You poked the cow, now you get the horns. God damn it. $14.99 on Steam right now. Thank you very much, InnerTubes. I appreciate it. Damn it. I mean, Cow is a troll that takes some getting used to. I still suffer under Cow's regime of Iron Fist trolling, and I'm still not sure if he hates me or not. My feeling is he probably does, but I don't know. The game is hard. Especially the end. The rest of it wasn't so hard, but thank you very much, Reality on the Rocks, for subscribing. I did not pick to get hurt, Cowdizzle. No problem, Reality on the Rocks. I appreciate the subscription. I'm the Chris who plays games, playing retro games every Monday and whatever frick I feel like every Friday. Tonight, that's actually meant both retro and not retro. We finished a game of Kid Icarus earlier today, and now we've moved on to Super Meat Boy, where we are beating the final level. We've got a Princess of Meat on our back and are currently working on that. I think that overall, my impression is that if I were to make a podcast, I would have at least 7 or 8 people who'd listen to it. So Viridian, you asked earlier, why don't more people watch me? And I think the simple answer to that question is that I don't have a broad appeal. As far as gaming content goes, I don't have a broad appeal. As far as commentary content goes, I don't create content which meets the things that people are looking for in such a thing. As far as a long history of commentary content that might be able to attract people, I don't have it, and I am not currently working on building it. So these types of things leave me in a position where it is difficult for me to grow my audience directly. So... If you haven't figured out that Cow Dizzle has power, you're also an idiot. So don't do that. Oh! Too fast. Jack Mulligan, I am attempting to, Stingray, I would definitely be looking to distribute it as a podcast. Whether I would also distribute it on YouTube is an open question. I don't feel a strong need. So the question is always with kind of recommendations and other things like that driven content delivery. Are you losing more by distributing on multiple platforms than you are gaining in your overall reach? And so by not forcing the small amount of audience that I might have to come to a podcasting platform, then I'm losing out on those, you know, views or whatever, and it would be a hard decision for me. So by concentrating views in one place, then I'm presumably, you know, tweaking the recommendations algorithms to make myself look better. But if I can't create content which is compelling and interesting on my own without recommendations algorithm to kind of push me along, then I've got concerns anyway. And so, you know, there really is that. So Disguise, you can see a full list of your moderators. Yes, it is listed in your Creator Studio. The Creator Studio has a full list of mods. It's under the God damn it! It's under the community settings or the comment moderation settings or whatever. You can see a list of the full list of everyone who modded. Ugh! So I will fully admit that prior to about 6 months, or about 6 weeks ago, basically until after I bought my car, I had never listened to podcasts. And the exception was Spiffy Mark's podcast I listened to, which I talked about a couple times, but I had never listened to podcasts. And when I got my car, Android Auto doesn't let you play YouTube videos for sound and like pipe it through the Android Auto interface, and so that was when I switched to using podcasts as more of a form of entertainment. So, where you joined YouTube or when? If you want to see when, if you go to your channel page and click on About, it should have the date you joined on there. So I have been perfectly happy to listen to both live streams and videos via YouTube in my car before. When I had a cassette adapter, that was the primary thing that I listened to when driving, and I haven't really minded that. So so for example, I've been listening, re-watching / listening to a bunch of Tom Scott's things, which are like, you know, weird places on Earth or things you might not know and other stuff like that. And when he's talking about the nitrogen tanks that are on the street corners in New York, I don't need the video to go along with that. It's nice, but it's not really a big deal. So while there are actually a bunch of different lengths, like you can find podcasts that are only like 10 minutes long. So I don't know how long your commute actually is, but I think I found one recently. I think the 20K hertz, 20,000 hertz podcast is a nice one about like various sounds and other things like that. And the episodes are about 10 minutes long, which is a pretty decent length. If you've got 30 minutes, of course, then you've got the 99% Invisible podcast. If you've got 60 minutes, then I would recommend the Adam Ruins Everything podcast. So. I've heard of Baited, I have never watched it, nor do I care about it. Alright. Okay, what do we got? Thank you very much for subscribing. Yeah, so Radiolab is good, but I catch it on NPR most of the time, so I don't feel the need to catch it on a podcast form. But yeah, certainly Radiolab. So Radiotopia is the network that I look to for a lot of my podcasts. So that's Millennial, 99% Invisible, Ben Walker's Theory of Everything. They're hosted and as part of a grant from the Knight Foundation, as well as, God damn it, the PRX. So they're basically just public radio in a different way. I am not going to CES in Las Vegas. There is currently a West Wing podcast. So West Wing Weekly is being run by Josh Molina, who was an actor on West Wing, as well as someone else who was a writer for West Wing. And they're basically going through one episode every 2 weeks and going back to the early episodes of the West Wing. So they're currently in season 2 and making their way forward. And I think that it's just because they realized that, like, you know, there's actually a lot of people who are still interested in that show. I'm actually currently rewatching, and was even before I found or looked into the podcast, so. You can all stop talking. Oh my god! What the fuck? I don't know how that happened, but it was not good. Stupid. Oh, it's not Dragoon, it's Dragon. I was like, what is a Dragoon and why is IOPRED so excited about it? Carl, you're coming in at the most annoying part, so I have no knowledge of Lost whatsoever. I know nothing about it. I've never been involved in it. I paid no attention to it, so. What kind of meat is Super Meat Boy? Uncooked would be my answer to that question. The world may never know. How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? It's, by the way, if a lick is like a full, like, pop in and out of your mouth, the one time I was able to count it, I got 273. That isn't actually a lick, so licks would probably be much higher than that, but it explains why you're always tempted to just bite it. Oh, yes, all right. All right. No, he's not ground beef because he's, like, solid. I mean, it's not that there's new content on Lost, it's just that, like, there are several podcasts now which are basically, because podcasts are experiencing a resurgence. In particular, I think Serial, the really successful NPR podcast, caused a resurgence in interest of podcasts, especially among millennials. There are a bunch of content that never got podcasts in the first place that have podcasts now. So that's like West Wing Weekly, and I think that, like, Millennial and basically all of the Radiotopia shows basically come from that space of, well, now we can make podcasts because millennials have figured out how to install them on their iPads, and so, like, this is a new market niche we can tap into that we couldn't before. Welcome back. Oh god. Okay. That was really close. I don't know how that didn't kill me and that other thing did. God damn it! So I think that the biggest thing about podcasts is figuring out ways to subscribe to them, right? So I think that that's what kind of pushed Serial was the thing, right? So Adnan Syed and the story of Serial was the big thing that I think made podcasts enter the public sphere again. It was the most successful podcast ever, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, was like last year or 2 years ago. And is really what kind of moved the medium forward. God damn it. No, Viridian, I'm not. But yeah, so in general, I don't have a broad appeal. Gaming content combined with commentary is not exactly a broad niche, and I don't do well in either gaming content or commentary, like separately. So that's why. And I've got content which is hard to find. You know, if I look at the discovery that I have from search, it's very much focused on a very small set of content, which is not my primary content. And I don't know how to, you know, add terms or whatever else like that to the content that I do create to make it interesting and searchable. And I think the biggest reason for that is because there aren't people who are searching for how do I, you know, how does the internet work, or how does you know, can YouTube videos shoot your eye out, or other things like that. So yeah, Brad, I totally agree. Since I had to anyway in order to come up with things to listen to while I was driving, I have made the time, but I totally understand your perspective. God damn it! And my 11 p.m. rants. So my success criteria so far for enjoyable podcasts have either been they're Radiotopia podcasts or they're from other things I already know. So the Theory of Everything, Millennial, 99% Invisible, 20K Hertz was hosted on 99% Invisible, so that's kind of depending on the same network of recommendations. The other thing about podcasts is that if you can find one podcast you enjoy, because the advertising for podcasts is kind of limited, I think that there's a lot of like self-cross promo. In the same way that I kind of try to do here with retro gaming streamers or other things like that. And so if you can find one that you enjoy, it's likely that you could either, you know, hear about other podcasts that you might enjoy from in podcast advertisements, or just like look at what they recommend on websites or other things like that. Thank you very much. It's Petit Fours. I'll look at them in a bit. Which is, so rather than having, like, once you can find one good one that really fits your taste, I think that kind of removes the need to sort through detritus. Plus the fact that many of these have, like, years of backlog, and so for me, I pretty much only listen to podcasts while I'm driving in my car, and it's going to be a long time before I run out of podcast material, even if all I listened to was 99% Invisible. Damn it! Ah! So people sometimes ask me, like, how long it takes me to get frustrated, and this is how long. Wait, who's a Nazi? I'm confused. yeah. Oh god. No! God damn it. Canadian French Nazi superstar. That doesn't seem to make sense to me, but okay. I am a Russian spy. No, I said I'm a Russian supporter. I'm a Russian spy supporter. Russian propaganda. Oh my god, WikiLeaks. Oh yeah, so that was other news today. WikiLeaks announced that they're going to yeah, they said that a couple times. I don't know what's up with that. I corrected
hope
Jake
this is wrong.
as well. Congratulations, Viridian. Oh yeah, by the way, hashtag IOPRED for the donation in chat. Thank you very much, IOPRED, for that donation, even if all you're doing is checking technology and software. Okay. There we go. Look at all those people saying IOPRED. See, what's going to happen now is we're going to destroy that dragon pretty soon. Oh wait, we already killed the dragon, didn't we? Oh no! No! Spoilers. What are we spoiling? Well, fuck you up. God damn it. No! Not oftentimes you get CPG rage, but doesn't incentivize it that much, so that's fine. I'm so confused. I'm confused. I don't know if anybody else is confused, but I'm confused! Alright. Nose. Alright, there we go. Damn it. Viewer count updates essentially constantly, Brandon, except occasionally it gets stuck. But generally speaking, it is a relatively constant update every, like, 5-10 seconds. Hello, it's Ricky Chan. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for that Insta raid. Instagamer. It's Games and More, I think is the name of the channel. Another creator here on YouTube Gaming. Does a fair amount of content in the gaming space, but is also one of those news and commentary people that we talked about earlier. So when I was talking earlier about, you know, moving the congressional oversight away from a bipartisan committee to a committee controlled by the House, that's something that she made a video about on her other channel, It's Becky Boop, earlier this week. Hello, my cook and Mandy Pants. Welcome to the stream. I'm the Chris who plays games, playing and failing at Super Meat Boy repeatedly tonight. Thank you all for being here with that Insta raid. I am the Chris who plays games. Thank you all for being here. I don't know, but I've been told that this game is really getting old. I don't know, but I've been seen that I can't do this silly gleam. I don't know, but I will say that this is something I will pay. So cool things about the chat that you might notice here tonight is that we've actually got an enemy at the bottom of the screen that the more we talk, the more it dies. So as you talk in chat and participate with other people, you may find that you are awarded special awards and gold and chatter points for just being here and hanging out and having a good time. Thank you very much, Eye of the Galaxy, for being here, and everybody else, thanks for taking out that nymph. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. I'm the Chris Who Plays Games, and I said that like 6 times because I hate this game right now, and it's hard. I don't like hard things. I like easy things. I don't know, but it's been said that Chris should stop getting dead. I don't know, but it's been told that you are getting super cold. I don't know, but it will see that you are gonna be with me. God damn it, you friggin' idiggity. Yeah, let's have less caps. Well, so Instagamer, I think that you and I disagree mightily, I will say, on some of the aspects of the conversation. I didn't talk about it in particular. I just mentioned on it briefly. I think that most of my viewers are kind of tired of me talking politics constantly, and it is definitely the case that I don't give a shit what my viewers want, and I do whatever I want. But it's harder to have a conversation when people are like, I don't care. No, fuck you, nucketing, fuckity. I look cool. Well, thank you very much, Eye of the Galaxy. I appreciate that I look cool. I am cool, so that's really what matters. It's not just how I look, it's how I am. I just say to myself every day when I get up, you know, as a 32-year-old parent of a 19-year-old and a 16-year-old, as someone who works on YouTube doing software development, that's pretty much the coolest it gets in the world these days. So yeah, there you go. Politics are important. I do agree that it's there. It's all fun and games. See, I was thinking it's games and more, and so I clearly failed. So here's the thing, like if people just search Instagamer, does your account actually come up? Does that work? Because like one of the things that I found about YouTube search, and I guess this goes away as you get more popular, is that you have to search so freaking hard to find people. And so like if someone has no successful content, you just can't tell. Go offline, it's not me. Oh. I defected! We win! By the way, you might want to tap the live button. If you do that, you may be able to recover a small amount of buffer if you were falling off because of my offlineness earlier. My ISP is shit! As a result, I sometimes fall offline during the stream. I did notice that one. It was entirely me. It's not YouTube's fault. YouTube, like most likely what happened is that YouTube detected that I had sent them no data for along the lines of 4 to 15 seconds. And when you're talking about super low latency streaming on YouTube, 4 to 15 seconds can be like that can be essentially more than you have buffer sitting on the server side. And so to a YouTube client, if I stop sending data for 4 seconds, it looks like I'm done. And so it gave you all the offline video, you know, message to say, okay, he stopped sending video, we're done. The problem, of course, is that the reason I stopped sending video is that Comcast likes to randomly, you know, just stop sending packets for quite a while. And so that's exactly what you saw here, is that there was probably a brief period where the CMTS that is right outside my house decided that sending packets was really not in its best interest. And shared that love with you all. Have a great night, David Gare. Thank you very much for being here. I'm happy to be here and have you here. But I hope you have a good night. Yeah, so I don't know. Chris Plays Games has gotten a little bit better. One of the interesting things, of course, is that CPG is something that you probably can't search me under. God damn it, that fucking blade! I should have known that was going to happen. But, you know, when I was at VidCon last year, I'm standing next to somebody who I don't actually recognize, and kind of listening to a conversation. He's talking about how, you know, like all of these, it was right after a YouTuber had gotten killed by a kind of crazy fan at a concert a little bit earlier. So, you know, they had given a lot of like changes in security and lots of concerns and other things like that. And so I'm standing there, and this group of my friends is Sophie Brecca and One Shot Girl and Lucifer and other stuff like that start shouting CPG as they're coming up the escalator. And I was like, you know, a little bit embarrassed, and the guy who was there, who was clearly like much more popular than me, was a little bit freaked out. He had this look on his face. I said, no, don't worry about it. It's for me. And I realized shortly thereafter that the person that I was standing next to was CGP Grey. So CGP Grey, of course, would hear people call his name as CGP, and so when he heard a bunch of people coming up the stairs, this escalator, shouting like CPG, he heard it as like, oh my god, the crazy fans have found me, especially given the timing of the conversation. I thought it was hilarious. So I'm gonna get to Isaac. Just shut up. Just hold your friggin' horses. This shit boring game reviewer, that does happen. You gotta listen to me. You gotta listen to my beautiful, sultry tones in my voice. Alternatively, people could be like, you know what? If you're bored, there's plenty of other places to go on the internet. There is a lot. So yes, I met CGP Grey. I did not recognize him on sight. And while I was standing next to him, a couple people walked up next to me and were like, CPG, and he totally freaked out. So not only did I meet CGP Grey, I also accidentally totally freaked him out. So there you go. That's my story of the day. All right. So this one is, I have not figured out how to get past yet. Savage. What am I drinking? I am drinking, I read the label out earlier, but we are currently drinking a semi-dry cider from Farnham Hill. Traditional ciders from the True Cider Apples. Take care, XI of the Gamer X. So, Miss Becky Boop, are you heading to VidCon this year, or are you out? Your Patreon push seemed to be somewhat effective, so I don't know if that's leaving you in a good state. Also, when are you coming up to Cambridge again? Were you up here during, are you going to be up here during, like, end of semester or anything? Or actually, I guess end of semester already ended. By drinking wine. I am drinking wine. Are people causing trouble? I don't even see this shit. You guys are super fast. Take care, Becky. Come back when you get food. Food is awesome. But then you should come back to me because I'm even awesomer than food. Well, I'm not awesomer than food. Movie viewer, you are right. This shit is lame. But I'm gonna beat this fucking level, and then it's gonna be a lot less lame. God damn it! But not if I keep doing that. Yes, I am 32. I look 23 because I wear the hat. Without the hat, I look a little bit more old. I got a bald head and everything else like that, so it becomes more obvious, so. What do I think about the Trump presidency? Trump is a madman. The fact that we elected him is a side effect of a massive disaffected minority in this country, and it is unfortunate that the only way that they felt that they had the ability to control their lives was to elect Trump. Of course, he was also the Republican Party candidate, and as a result, things like, you know, single-issue voters like, you know, pro-life voters were there, but I think that the thing that pushed him over the top in the states that mattered was obviously and absolutely the economic impacts and lack of clearly articulated story by the Democrats to provide for a better future for the people who are in places that are disaffected. I think that he is an absolute disaster for the country, and I am not looking forward to him being president at all. We do have some Trump supporters in the chat, and so, you know, I do not, you know, have the thing that some left-wing liberals will say, you know, all Trump supporters are racist and all these other things. I think that that's less true, and it has become more apparent to me that really the people who voted for Trump, at least in part, are people who said, like, you know, it can't get any worse than it already is. And for some of them, they're right. You know, they're looking at a situation where their entire town has been devastated by the lack of an industry or other things like that. But in general, Trump is going to destroy a lot more people who voted for him than he's going to help. Toy reviewer, I am a goddamn nerd. Okay, you know what? I'm tired of this. We're gonna fix this problem right here, right now. We're gonna add the word reviewer to the blacklist. So if you have reviewer in your name somewhere or something else like that, I am sorry. You may want to change your name. I totally apologize, but I'm not messing with this bullshit. Bullshit is what it is. Community settings. There we go. And I'm gonna add the word reviewer reviewer to this and then find the save button. It's somewhere on this page, I think. Sorry about that. Save. There we go. Problem solved. Now I don't have to see things anymore. So here's the problem. The executive in this country has been granted, unfortunately, unreasonable sets of powers via precedent and executive action over the past 20 years in this country. As a result, the executive has a really strong power to rapidly and quickly enact effectively legislation without legislating. And that type of power, which is bad, and I did and would have decried under Obama, is going to be a thing that we're going to continue to see more and more, or rather, is a tool that is available to Trump. Trump, who is easily controlled by whoever he last spoke to. Trump, who is, basically cares more about his self-image than he does about effectively anything else, and so that leaves things as problematic. So. Good luck, any moose! Oh, god damn it. Alright. Do this too. I'll clean this up later, but for now we'll do this. La 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 la! And so, I mean, but at this point, I'm moving past the, did the left fuck up? I don't care. We're in the situation we are. Trump has been elected. He, made it past the Electoral College gauntlet and is now in a situation where he is the president-elect, and we have to cope with that as being the result, so. So I think that Trump will be an interesting challenge to the institutions of our government. It will be interesting to see how he performs and whether our institutions can protect us from Trump. This is the thing I honestly don't know. God damn it! IP bans are a terrible idea. So IP bans have all of the negative properties that. So here's the problem with IP bans. One, there's many, but here's some of the problems with IP bans. One of the problems with IP bans is that they are oftentimes overly broad by accident. So it is trivial to ban all of T-Mobile's customers by banning one or two IPs because they face the internet via a single or a small number of IPv4 IPs. When you look at the also, IP addresses are personally identifiable information. You don't want to make them available to people who are not the owners of them. So you can't expose to people which IP you ban. So if you choose to ban someone by IP, you're going to ban them by something that you can then not show them, which is a terrible idea. And in addition to all of that, you also have the fact that for dedicated spammers, they're just not effective. It is straightforward to evade an IP ban, and with that being the case, they're not a very effective tool for avoiding or evading dedicated spammers. And so while IP bans have properties that seem beneficial, in practice they are both less useful than you would want them to be and more harmful than you would like them to be, especially in a situation where you don't want to make everyone's IPs available to everyone else. Ha ha! I fucking did it! That level is fucking hard. Yes, Mandy Pants, that's exactly correct. Yeah, so Ed McMillan was the creator of Binding of Isaac. He created that after this. Speedrun time. Yeah, no. Super Meat Boy was super fun. The last 2 levels took longer than the entire rest of the game. So, you know, you got that going for you, which is nice. That was not a fake, I mean, that was a real laugh, but, you know. Sorry, Morrissey 4, please. Sorry to hear. I have played Streets of Rage. I think I played Streets of Rage 1, 2, and 3. Log Engineer is basically my job.
The end!
The end! Yes. As far as I'm concerned, this is the end. Alright, so the question was, how many times did I die? So I think that I can find that out somehow. I think there's like statistics. I died 1,411 times. I completed 84% of the light world and 27% of the total game. There's an entire dark world that I didn't get to and many other things. But, you know, 1,411 deaths total. And that is the end of Super Meat Boy. So thank you very much. Alright, so now we're going to play some Binding of Isaac. Binding of Isaac just came out with a new expansion pack, the Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus, which thankfully for me was recently purchased for me by Cowdizzle, the very one who's sitting here in the chat. And
Isaac
so we're going to be going back to that.
Lived alone
I just have
in a
to
small house
figure out
on
how
a
to
hill.
make... Where is it?
Isaac kept to himself, drawing pictures and playing with his toys as his mom watched Christian broadcasts on the television. Life was simple, and they were both happy. That was until the day Isaac's mom
It's
heard a
Ricky Chan.
voice
She is off
from
getting
above.
food at the moment.
Your son has become corrupted by sin. He needs to be saved. I will do my best to save him, my lord.
Instagamer, definitely
Isaac's
hit me
mother
up when you come
replied,
up. Like, at the very
rushing
least, you should get a
into
tour of the
Isaac's
Google
room,
office in
removing all
Cambridge.
that
So
was
next time
evil
you're in town,
from
let me
his
know.
life. Again, the voice called to him.
Alright, so I don't know if you've ever heard, but so the Binding of Isaac is the name of the story where if you are at all a Bible person, you may be aware that you know, God asked Isaac's, you know, father to basically kill him and then stopped him partway through. So that's the story of the Binding of Isaac, and this is kind of a similar setup. Isaac's mother hears the voice of God while she's watching TV and is compelled to attack him, but he figures it out and escapes into the cellar. So we are currently below the basement of Isaac's cellar, and that, what the fuck, a half soul heart? Is that a new thing? Were those always a thing before? Play as Polly. I'm doing the daily first, and then we'll go from there. I assume I'm Maggie at the moment. I feel like that's what this is. Use my phone. Alright, speed up. I've only played this game for like 30 hours, so I have very little experience with this game. Do I actually care about any of these other... Oh, there's a chest, but I don't have any keys. So... Oh no! It hit me! Don't shoot me, you stupid fire. Alright. Yeah, a hell of a hangover. I got it. You meant to say hangover. Oh God, you shot me! Don't shoot me, you asshole. Oh, you shot me twice. Oh, I got hit again. No! And this is why I'm a terrible Isaac player. I don't know how that didn't do more damage to me, but whatever. Maybe it did. I just didn't notice. Anyway, thank you very much for being here. Have a good night, Will. Thank you for being here. Oh, God. I'm going to die on the first level boss. I have no weed. It's not legal for me to purchase weed in Massachusetts yet. It's legal for me to have it, but they've actually delayed our implementation of legal weed purchasing another 6 months, based on the idea that they don't have any idea on how to actually implement it. God damn it! I knew I was gonna die. Woohoo! All right. Brad did much better than me on the daily. Take care, Jack Mulligan. Thank you for being here. All right, so what do I have to do here? You said I should be Poly. I don't. Oh, Polyon. Okay, there we go. Sweet daily. All right, so let's. Oh, we'll make that knot bigger, like I was doing there. Oh, I want to drag you, you stupid thing. Okay. Can't smile weed. Smile weed every day. Alright, let's do whatever this is. I like this thing. Oh wait, no, I don't like this thing. And then that. Oh no! That did not do what I wanted it to do. Oh well. I should have used the void to absorb that. My plan was to use my question mark card and then use the void to absorb it, but I failed. I failed miserably. Ah! Oh, someone asked me my favorite NES game. My favorite NES games are Super Mario Brothers 3 and Mega Man 3. It's kind of a toss-up, so I always just kind of list them together. I am a big fan of both of those styles of games, and those are my two favorites. Some of that is nostalgia, of course, but some of it is just that they're really good games as far as I'm concerned. I don't have a bomb. I don't have a key. Oh. That's a safe chest, so I can open that, use this, grab that. Okay, money. Oh god, stupid flies. Don't like flies. Get away from me, flies, master, man, person, Anderson. Kentucky, Massachusetts. I'm pretty sure Kentucky, Massachusetts isn't a place. One of the interesting things that I actually found is that in Massachusetts, contrary to in my home state of Illinois, all of the land is incorporated. So there are 351 towns in Massachusetts, and there will never be more than 351 towns because it's not like there is land that isn't part of a town. And so when I was growing up in St. Charles, like Illinois, a suburb of Chicago, excellent. The cities did not have everything under control, and so it was entirely possible that you would have a situation where, Okay. Should I have used the... Oh, I don't have a bomb. I want a bomb. There's a small rock. Oh, well. So I just had to... I am really bad at this game. Put my voice volume higher. I can just move this closer to me. Before I was shouting and felt bad or something. I don't know. I don't want to clip my mic, but if I can make the game quieter, but if I... Oh, God. I don't like bosses. I'm bad at this game, Brad. I don't know if you've picked up on that at any point yet, but I am really bad at this game. I killed some voids, though. That's better than I expected I would be. What kind of arm mic do I use? This is just a cheap musician's gear. It's like a $30 mic stand. Come in! Good to see you, by the way. Thanks for filling out my VidCon form. Okay. Blister. That seems like a thing. No problem. So one of the things that I do, which I know is wrong, but I do it anyway, is that I pronounce Cyrillic as if it's just English. So your name is now Cyprin Boa Pop. Boa Bob. Boa Pop. Cyprin Boa Pop. In reality, of course, this is not what it would say if you knew how to pronounce these things, but I'm terrible at everything. Oh, I should have pushed it up there, but I didn't, and I don't have a bomb. I want a fucking bomb. Where is Nar Don't Streaming? Where is Nar Don't Streaming? That question is not fully formed. A backwards end tilde with a backwards end with a tilde over it is just an end. There is no such thing as tildes in English or backwards ends. The closest thing to it is officially end. But yeah, so Vornej is my favorite city name in this space because I pronounce Vornej as Boko Hex. Of course it's not, but... Okay, so that's a yellow book. So here's the cool thing about rooms like this, though. I can take this and find out it's temporary psychic shot, and then I can untake it, and then I can figure out if temporary psychic shot is a good thing. I think that... Okay, so here's the other thing I can do, right? I can enable extra HUD. Yeah. So I have... Oh, that didn't do what I thought it would. There we go. Okay. So I can also, like, suck those things in and turn them into stats, right? How do I consume it? Like, is there a button I push? Is this where I actually use it? Use void. Okay. Wait. That didn't give me any stat boost, though. Okay, so now I have 2 cards, and neither of them is good, and I don't know what to do with them. I did the wrong thing. Now I have these temporary poison shots. See, at least I've got all these Isaac people arguing, so it's not just me that's stupid. It's like there's actual disagreement on whether I did the right thing or not. Oh, come on. That was supposed to hit you. I like Littlehorn. If you want to... The boss that I feel most comfortable fighting is probably Littlehorn. Which maybe isn't sensible, but that's just like... I got Monstrous too, apparently. Oh, and a devil deal. I never get a devil deal. Oh, that was good. Oh, I got the interdimensional Babby, and I got the upside down cross. The upside down cross will kill me, and I don't think I can walk through spikes. By the way, if you have Alright, cool, I died. I like interdimensional Babby, but I died anyway. Alright, consume it or take it. This is a damage and HP up. Oh. I guess I can't put it back. That's a totally reasonable concern. Alright, get away. I'm gonna bomb you with your own bomby bombs. Alright. Oh god. That is a reasonable question that I do not have an answer to. Wait, I can't kill those stone things. Are they just useless and I just have to avoid them and kill everything else? I guess that is the case. Okay. Is there any small rocks in there? Take care, Iopred. Have a great night. For those of you who don't know, Iopred is the creator of the Septipus RPG that we've been playing all night long, and is also an awesome dude. He happens to also be someone who has worked on the YouTube gaming live chat that you're all using right now, if you are on web. So he's a pretty chill dude. If you are interested in the Septipus RPG for your own chat, because you know how awesome it is, you can check out his Patreon at patreon.com/iopred. Have a good night, Inner Tubes. Thanks for coming by. I have to kill the giant snake guy. That I know. See, now I've got Cow and Brad. Cow and Brad, by the way, are both are relatively expert Isaac players. Brad routinely places in the top 100 for speedruns of the day, and Cow Dizzle is, despite starting much later than Cow, or than Brad, a relatively expert Isaac player who now plays it on every platform every day. So to have them here and criticizing me is both, like, you know, interesting and compelling, but also kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna suck. Okay, so this giant white pill. What do I do? Consume it. So I think Brad has about 5,000 hours in this game. Alright. I have sucked it in. Take care, John Horvant. Thank you very much. Alright. So, before we go on to the next thing, we have to decide which of my fancy chocolates that we're gonna eat. So we got pink, white, green, reddish, and then we've got white and pink. So I don't know what any of them are. You guys get to pick which cake thing I should eat. Okay. My tears are more reddish now. Orange, 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 green, Arctic Circle, green. Oh god, this is bad. Whew. All right. So we're gonna go with the orange based on the votes in the chat. Yeah, I know cow does. Oh, they only hurt you. They only push you. All right. So we're gonna see what this is. Appears to be yellow cake with a thin chocolate layer. Fishy. I like it. Good choice. Well done. Well done. You win the game. Alright, so I've got a spike. If I shoot these poops, are they going to give me money? And other cool things? I think if I shoot that poop, it's going to turn into a fly that's going to shoot me and attack me and make damage and kill me. But it did not. Alright, good. I got a 5 cents, I think. I think that's 5 cents. Alright. Doing good. All's well. Alright, 2 of spades. Should I take my 2 of spades? That increases my keys? Bombs? I don't know what 2 spades does. A 5 cents, yeah, like a 5 cents. I don't know what you're talking. Oh god! I should have used my 2 of spades before opening that door if I was going to use it, probably. Also, since when do treasure rooms have enemies? I don't approve. Should I go out and use the battery and then consume this, or should I take it? Aha!
2 of spades.
Hello, Paradise CC Gaming. How's it going? I think technically speaking, I shouldn't have taken that battery because if there's like another 7 rooms, then I don't need to recharge my thing yet. But in practice, I think that there's not going to be another 7 rooms in this level because it's going to be relatively small. Oh god! Oh, everything's bad. Everything's bad. Go away. I do not go to Canada to buy ketchup. We can buy ketchup right here in the US of A. Monstro! Oh, he jumps, all the little bomb things fall off of it. Oh no! I went from 100% Devil Room chance to 0. God damn it. I didn't get hit that much. It was only a half heart. Why does that make things so difficult? It was good. All was well. And I didn't even get a hit again yet. I mean, I haven't won yet, so I guess I shouldn't say that, but God damn it. Alright, I should just take this, I think, rather than absorb it. Not that it makes a difference. Drink water, Van Helsing. Water is your friend. Water, water, water. Damage up it is. damn it! I do not expect treasure rooms to have enemies in them. I do not accept this. I don't know what this is. Anybody have any advice? Oh no! Ah! Devil Deal! You were my friend! And then you stopped being my friend! I loved you. And now I don't. Alright, well at least I can know now that I have died gotten hit many times, and therefore I never had a chance at a Devil Deal. So, Binding of Isaac is actually a game that I only got into. I actually bought it for my daughter before I had really bought anything. Bighorn? What's a Bighorn? I don't like that. Oh god. Stop throwing shit at me. Oh god! No! God damn it. I took away like half his life. All is well. No problem. Okay, so what do we got? What else do we have in the news? We have the House made it possible for the House to cause executive branch employees to only accept $1 of salary. This is actually a little bit weird because it's one of the things that Trump said he wanted to do, but it's not something he can really do. Take that. Oh, that was stupid. Oh well. We've got the we've got the attack in Orlando. We've got the attack in Chicago. What else was big in the news this week? Oh yeah, Russia hacking, right? So that's a thing that Trump denied was a thing for a long time, and was like, why does NBC have this news and I don't have it? And it's like, you don't attend intelligence briefings. When do you think you're going to get it? That's what intelligence briefings are. It's not that intelligence briefings are only for people who aren't intelligent. It's a way of the intelligence agencies sharing their information. I always wonder, like, you know, there's this whole question of Trump as evil genius or Trump as, like, like Trump is like actual idiot or Trump as evil genius. And every time he says something, it gets harder for me to interpret the Trump as evil genius idea. I mean, hacking is a strange term. I mean, there's Russian hacking in the same way there's U.S. hacking all the time. There were efforts that were driven by the Russian government that were affecting U.S. computer software. That's not a question. He is very smart, Brad. You're right. Alright, so I have 1 penny. With 1 penny, it probably does not make sense for me to... Oh god! God damn it. Stop hitting me with things. I just want devil deals. Can I just get devil deals? Can I, like, get a devil deal always item? What's the devil deal always item, and how can I automatically get it? Get away from me, assholes. Oh, I should have picked that up. Oh well. Ah! Okay, so every time I walk in a room, I get 36% devil deal chance, and so as long as I don't get hit in that room, in the boss room, I will have that. Is that how it goes? Alright, I need to double my hearts because I'm going to die otherwise. I'm going to take that. I don't know what it's going to do, but that's fine. Give me some damage, looks like. Oh, I don't have any keys. Awesome. Oh god, get away from me, you fuckers. I'm not fast enough to actually outrun them to the end of the level, but that's okay. Alright, take a bomb. I don't even want to go in here, but I'm gonna... Oh god! Anyway... I know the gray guys can't hurt me, but they push me into the guys who can hurt me. And then they hurt me. I had a soul heart and then I got hit by nothing useful. The reality is I need to be about 17 times better at this game in order to be successful. Oh god! Alright, I'm gonna take the spoon. Because I'm too slow. Meridian, this is actually called, but like, there's actually a term for this. So in propaganda, there's a term for the idea that you don't have the right to criticize someone if you've done it yourself. I criticize the U.S. when we intervene in other people's elections too. Baddies, get out of my way! I need to shoot that thing, not you. There we go. I don't think that anyone is sitting here believing... I am certainly not of the variety of people who's sitting here believing the Russians, like, hacked voting machines. In fact, I explicitly made a video saying that Russian involvement did not involve hacking of voting machines. I said we should do a recount anyway, but of course it did. Our voting machines are trivially hackable, but it wasn't necessary. Why bother to hack voting machines when you can just hack voters? you know, as a member of a community of people who have caused supported the Russian propaganda network Russia Today, as a member of the, you know, group of people who helped push forward Russian news, I have no room to talk. I'm dead. This is it. This is the end. This room is the end of me. I don't like this room. I don't like people who spit out little black things to eat me, black leeches to eat me. It's not okay. But yeah, I mean, I did love the, like, you know, Trump being like, you know, I don't understand why all these people believe there's Russian hacking. That's a totally unreasonable belief. And then you go to an intelligence briefing, and guess what? Now you believe in Russian hacking. It's almost like those intelligence briefings told you something in the first place. So. Hacking is not relevant. The hacking story wasn't even pushed by the DNC, but hacking of the voting machines is not relevant. Are you indicating that you don't believe that Russia had anything to do with the infiltration of the DNC's hardware? Because that is inconsistent with both private companies' reports, specifically CrowdStrike, as well as the reports of most U.S. intelligence agencies. I think 17 of them, to be specific. Which said that the DNC was absolutely hacked, most likely at Russian hands. That room sucks. I want to open this room instead. Nope. And yeah, okay, that's useless. Propaganda like in the Cold War. Viridian, please don't tell people to shut up. If you have not figured out, you are like on super thin ice, so don't. They did that to themselves. What, they've released their emails to Julian Assange? If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. It's a Brooklyn bridge. I am gonna do a thing I shouldn't. Nope. There. Nope, it's gonna have spikes. I shouldn't do this. It's not gonna have spikes. Look at all that money. Look at it all. That was stupid. That was my only bomb. Oh god! He killed me. CIA lied for Obama. Okay. Okay, so if you don't believe that Russia hacked the DNC, that is inconsistent, or that Russia helped with WikiLeaks or other things like that, that is inconsistent with Russia's foreign minister's reports, that is inconsistent with the intelligence released by multiple agencies, including the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, and enough people to actually convince Trump, who loves Russia. That is inconsistent with the reports of a relatively non-biased third-party observer, aka CrowdStrike, who said that it was the Russians. I think it is clear that organizations based in Russia hacked the DNC. They didn't hand the emails over willingly or unwillingly. They were hacked. They were hacked by software hackers. And so to believe otherwise is silly. Pravda, truth. There's no Pravda in the Pravda, and there's no truth in the news. So whether that had any impact, I think that it is, in my mind, unquestionable, but I acknowledge that it is an opinion that the impact of the leaking of DNC emails had an impact on the election. I think it is ridiculous to imagine that the RNC was not similarly hacked, and if the DNC emails were leaked and the RNC ones were not, then I think that points to a clear intent among the people who are leaking those emails. Whether that is, you know, Russia choosing to not link more sensitive Russian-based organizations. What is that? Refly? Well, you have to keep in mind there's only 100,000 votes you have to change in order to have an impact. Alright. I got some luck. I need some luck. Because I don't seem to be doing well with anything other than... Alright. Die. Oh god! I'm gonna die. I didn't die. Everything's fine. No problem. Is this the first floor? Pretty big first floor. Oh no! I guess I didn't do double deal damage to me. And I wasted all of that chance. So I think that you can I looked at chat. It's my own fault. Got it. Oh no! Avoid. Void, die. Die, Void, die. There we go. Oh no! How did you hit me with the thing? With the oh, I'm just gonna die. Die, die, die. Try again. So, like there are things which are factual and there are things which are opinion, right? So I think it is factual that the DNC computer system was infiltrated by attackers based in Russia, which are generally associated with Russian organizations. I feel like, you know, at the point where you have multiple intelligence organizations combined with third-party reports, there's no strong evidence against that. And to say otherwise, even if you feel like you know the country XYZ, like I wouldn't say that the U.S. isn't hacking a thing, right? Like certainly there are people who said at the time that what was it called, the Iranian uranium enrichment virus came about, that like the U.S. would never do this, and I would never be the one to say that. Like you need a lot more evidence. And when someone says, hey, this looks like a U.S., you know, a government-based attacker, and the U.S. is the most obvious one, I'm going to say, yeah, you're probably right. Now, there's a question of whether that was done with the intent of affecting the election. My answer would be yes, but that's an opinion. There's a question of whether it did affect the election. My answer would be absolutely, but again, that's an opinion. Whether it affected whether the election could have been won even with that, of course it could have. Of course, a different candidate could have won. Of course, the DNC did not, you know, do absolutely the best thing. I'm speaking propaganda. I mean, I do speak propaganda, but I'm half Polish. My ancestors were born in New Blaszczfeld, Poland. I failed to go into the item thing. Okay, what's that? And do I want it? So I think it is absolutely the case that the DNC, you know, people talk all the time about the DNC getting questions. Take the eye. All right. Oh, Daddy Longlegs. I love Daddy Longlegs. He kills things for me. Okay, and it's a passive, so had I taken it, I would have gotten a stat boost, but I have no idea what it would have been. I have one bomb, but I don't think it's worth using it for one key, I think. Oh, a penny. Give me a penny. There's also a pill in there, but I don't trust pills. Good job, Daddy Longlegs. Keep on it. Go ahead. Shoot your head at me, Ragman. Oh god. Please don't jump on me, spider. I want his head to be there, not you. Nice job, Daddy Longlegs. Okay, take it or consume it. I think that's Dr. Fetus, Jose. Dr. Fetus is the enemy in Super Meat Boy. Oh yeah, I need health ups. It's also whatever the thing with the 1.16 next to it is. Up. Somewhere. Oh, I already have a thing. I didn't use it. So never mind. Never mind. Get out of here. Okay. So now I have to not get hit. I have to find some soul hearts. Oh god, I'm gonna get hit. Where am I going? I mean, I do. So yeah, I think that if you do not believe the attribution to organizations based in Russia of like allegations of DNC hacking, I think you're delusional. You know, you can call it propaganda all you want. I don't care. It's as close as anything that the public has revealed to. Obama didn't lie to me. I have no idea. Like Obama, the CIA is not where I'm getting my information from. So, like, saying Obama lied to me via the CIA is irrelevant because I'm not getting my information from either Obama organization, like Obama administration, or the CIA. Neither is in any way involved in my decision-making process, and therefore that statement cannot be relevant to this conversation. You know, many organizations. Oh, no, I don't want that. Do I? I don't know what to do, Brad. Absolutely, the media lies. Okay. The floor of the room turned purple. That seems good, I guess. He didn't lie to me about my healthcare. Nothing has changed about my healthcare. Oh look, I get a thingy. I got 2 soul hearts! And I unlocked Basement Boy, whatever that is. And I got a damage up! See, it's the only thing I know. That's a damage up. Oh, I shouldn't have gotten those soul hearts. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Alright. I got a devil deal. I don't think he lied about Obamacare. Nothing, at least, so the biggest quote-unquote lie about Obamacare that people quote most often is like, if you like your healthcare, you can keep it. And to some extent that was true, although not to the extent that people, you know, wanted it to be. Take both. Really? Even though I'm gonna lose my thingy? Pop it, then consume it. Okay. Contributed to the Muslim Brotherhood, I feel like that's unlikely to be true, but I don't feel the need to argue it. Ran weapons to Mexico, absolutely. It's a thing that he did, and it's unfortunate. Why is the U.S. still in Afghanistan? Reasonable question. I think that the reality is that it's an environment that is unstable, and we feel the need to stay to kind of clean up our own mess. So. I know that we're not generally good at this. I mean, the U.S. is far from being above, like, beyond reproach. Don't get me wrong. The U.S. does a bunch of terrible things, both in the world and in specific countries and everything else like that. So, I am not at all above, beyond, you know. That is a good character for me, Brad. Okay, so should I take the PhD, or should I like save up my rooms and try and convert it to stat boost? So Proto Sam, the YouTube chat now uses the same thing as the YouTube gaming chat. If you go to chatv2.septipus.com, chatv2.septipus.com has a styling UI for the new chat, which is now used effectively everywhere. So definitely check that out. chatv2.septipus.com. Like an octopus with 7 legs. Take the PhD. You're a funny guy, Sergey. I don't really care about explosive diarrhea. I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt me. Oh no! Watching these two argue is kind of entertaining, right? I'm not the only one entertained. I mean, I could just be the alcohol, but... Alright, should I do the challengey thing? There's 3 chests. Silver Faded, thank you very much for subscribing if you're hanging out here tonight. I haven't decided or even thought about it, Bobby. I've been but yeah, so Russia definitely hacked the DNC. Russia handed over emails to WikiLeaks and not do it. Do it. Brad said do it, so I'm doing it. Even though I'm gonna die. Good job, little foot. Oh god. Go eat that. Nothing? Really? That's not useful. Okay, I got some spiders. I got a troll bomb! Pretty fly. Alright, so do pretty fly. We'll take those. Oh, that was the wrong button. God damn it. We'll take the explosive diarrhea. Oh! Lucky me. Oh, and a luck up. Nice.
Luck up.
Oh, the stain. Yeah, do that. That's what Brad always says whenever he does that. Do that. Oh no! Red poop! Oh no! Okay, well it wasn't a red heart at least, so I still have my same double deal chance, I guess. Okay, so one, you go take that. Oh no! Why did you spit out a spider? Oh, and I didn't pick up the fucking dog food! I was trying to dodge the spider. Oh, selfish. I'm terrible. All of that was just stupidity. No excuse. Oh, that's... Oh. Alright. That run was... I actually felt like I came out of the second floor of that run feeling like, you know, decent, but... I'll do one more. It's my last run of the night. I mean, I only died because of stupid. I had one bad thing, and then it just led to another, and it led to another, and led to another, so... Alright, what do we got? Tech 2.0. I guess it's Technology 2, not Tech 2.0. All of my characters are equally bad for me, so it's not like it matters. Really? Absorb? I'm a big fan of tech in general because I can't hit shit close up. I'm terrible. Oh, because it makes your damage so weak, or? Yeah, staying far away from enemies is kind of my thing. Alright, anything else I should be doing on this floor? Did I miss anything? I guess there's a room down at the bottom, but... whatever. I had no doubts. I like screws. I don't know why. I just always feel like screws are good. Alright, what do we got here? We got a diamond pendant thing. Viridian, that does not appear to be the case. Sometimes people wish it might be that case, but... So here's the thing about mods in this channel. Mods in this channel are people who have proven themselves to not be assholes over a period of time, which is greater than a day. You have proven yourself to repeatedly be an asshole of a period greater than a day, and as a result, it is not surprising that you are not a mod and also sometimes cannot speak. I don't know why I shot those, like I thought I could walk through them anyway, but whatever. Alright, cool. Oh, right. I was thinking that I should recharge, and then yeah, I did it the wrong way around. I was like, I need to go do a lot of rooms so I can recharge, and failed to realize that I was like, I had the 48-hour energy. Okay, cool. Alright, so I have now absorbed flies, I have recharged, I'm now ready to go to the boss, defeat him like a boss. That was not what I meant to do at all. Oh no. Is there, I can't buy, no, that was stupid. Alright, advice. Oh, I failed to buy that soul heart. I will go ahead and buy that soul heart. Left deal. Wealth, but at what cost? Yeah, really? I did it, so. Should I take and or absorb the boss item? Oh, lunch is an HP up. Okay. I'm flying. That seems good. I don't want a spiked chest. I assume I want the item room, so let's go try and find that. I have the tower. I know what the tower does, but it seems like a good thing to have. I'm gonna have a tower. I want to have a tower. Oh god. Leave me alone. I was gonna go hide in a corner and then I realized all of you can fly, so that's not very useful. No! Damn it. No, Viridian, you can't say hi. It is clear from your behavior that it's not possible. Clearly. Duh. Yes, you can say hi. I'm not blowing up 2 stone chests. Alright. Gold bar! Absorb it, take it. Blow up the stone chests. Isn't that an Oshi move? I don't want to be like Oshi. Oshi's good at this game. I'm not. Oh god. Or the same thing. Damn it. Alright, so now we know why I don't play a whole lot of Isaac, but thank you all for being here, and I'm sorry I got quiet towards the end. I was just tired of arguing with people who are not useful for arguing. I am gonna raid and hang out with somebody for a little bit, so if you want to watch somebody for a little while, I will give a link in the chat, and we can do that. I'm gonna hang out with 10 Minute Break, aka Lalo, and so on and so forth. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for hanging out and having a good time. If you type CPG Raid into the chat link, I think that the bot will give you some credit. Not that really anybody cares, but thank you all for being here. I'll be back on Monday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time as always, and I hope to see you then. We'll be talking about some different topics. I don't know what, maybe 3D manufacturing or early 3D graphics or something else like that. So thank you all for being here. Stop by the other channel, say hi to Lalo, and have a great night. Bye-bye.